Chapter 2048. Lin Yi was really speechless, but he still said, "All right, but I'll exchange with you. After the exchange, don't regret it." However, Lin Yi had to admit that Han Jingjing's interjection was really timely, giving Lin Yi an excuse to step down. Otherwise, Lin Yi would inevitably have to dawdle for a while. Whoever goes back on his word is a bastard. Right, Coiling Tiger said resolutely. "All right, in fact, Jingjing just happens to be lacking medicine cauldrons, and you insist on exchanging, then I can only exchange." Lin Yi sighed and said, "Jingjing, bring the medicine cauldrons over. Here you go." Right, Coiling Tiger was afraid that Lin Yi would regret it, so when he heard Lin Yi agree, he directly stuffed the 2 medicine cauldrons to Han Jingjing. Anyway, in Boss Bai's class, Right Coiling Tiger was not afraid that Lin Yi would be greedy for his 2 medicine cauldrons and not give him the information. If that was really the case, Right Coiling Tiger did not mind telling on him. Han Jingjing happily carried the 2 cauldrons over, and Lin Yi, on the other hand, opened the folder that contained the textbooks that he carried with him and took out a file from it. It was exactly the mantra for condensing alchemy fire and the mantra for assisting alchemists that Boss Bai had copied for him. "It's here, I'll give it to you." Lin Yi handed the document to Right Coiling Tiger. "After you copy it, return it to me. This original is Boss Bai's, I still have to return it to him." All right. Right Coiling Tiger nodded repeatedly in response. After taking the document that Lin Yi handed over, Right Coiling Tiger could not wait to open it, but when he opened the document, his expression suddenly changed. Next, he could not wait to quickly flip through the document, but as he flipped faster and faster, his expression became uglier and uglier. When he reached the last page of the document, Right Coiling Tiger's face had already turned livid. "Lin Yi, you tricked me." Right Coiling Tiger said angrily, "Did Boss Bai give you this information?" "Yeah, you can ask Boss Bai if you don't believe me." Lin Yi said lightly. "You know very well that I will not ask Boss Bai." You Coiling Tiger's eyes were about to spit fire. His 2 cauldrons. Although the Yu family still had some first-grade and second-grade cauldrons, they couldn't be wasted like this. "Oh, if you still don't believe me, you can naturally come with me when I return the documents," Lin Yi said indifferently. This. Coiling Tiger Right heard Lin Yi's words and knew that Lin Yi wouldn't lie to him. This information was probably given to him by Boss Bai. What Boss Bai gave Lin Yi, on the other hand, was only the introductory files of alchemists, not the files on skills at all. In the final analysis, he, Coiling Tiger Right, was fooled. He was fooled. He treated the introductory files in Lin Yi's hands as a treasure. He paid the price of 2 cauldrons in exchange for a useless file. "Lin Yi, you know that this is the introductory files of alchemists. It is of no value to me. Why didn't you remind me?" Coiling Tiger Right said angrily, "You even cheated me of 2 cauldrons. Did you do it on purpose?" "I say, Coiling Tiger Right, are you retarded? I have been persuading you not to exchange before. Let me tell you, your hidden Yu family definitely doesn't lack this stuff." Lin Yi frowned and sneered, "But what did you say? You said that you are willing. You are willing to exchange with me." "I said that I am cheating you if I exchange with you, but you said that I am cheating you if I don't exchange. You forced me to exchange. What can I do?" This. Coiling Tiger Right was suddenly speechless. He had no reason to refute Lin Yi's words. He said gloomily, "Then. I don't want to exchange anymore. You don't want to exchange anymore. You don't want to exchange anymore just because you say so. You have already read the files, and you say you don't want to exchange. Are you going to dig out your eyeballs or dig out your brain and erase the content you saw before?" Lin Yi snorted and said, "I don't have time to bother with you. Don't you want to copy this information? If you don't want to copy it, give it back to me." As Lin Yi said this, he snatched the files back from Coiling Tiger Right's hands. He ignored him and left with Han Jingjing. Coiling Tiger Right was aggrieved. He felt that he had suffered a huge loss. Although these two cauldrons were useless to him, they were very precious to the Hidden Yu family. They were given to Lin Yi for no reason. Who would be in a good mood? However, although Coiling Tiger Right was aggrieved, he couldn't say anything. He thought about it carefully. It was true that Lin Yi had been refusing before and even persuaded him not to exchange. It was him who asked to exchange with Lin Yi. So, who could be blamed for this? Of course, Coiling Tiger Right didn't think that Lin Yi was so kind and compassionate to persuade him not to exchange with him. Lin Yi was obviously loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Otherwise, why didn't Lin Yi tell him directly that the information that Boss Bai gave him was only the most basic mental cultivation method of an alchemist? If he had said it earlier, wouldn't he not exchange with him? And after the exchange, Lin Yi took the cauldron and left. He didn't pity him at all. It was obvious that Lin Yi was up to no good. He was tricking Coiling Tiger step by step. So Coiling Tiger Right was incomparably depressed. However, in Boss Bai's class, even if he was depressed, there was nothing he could do. Firstly, Lin Yi wasn't robbing, and secondly, he wasn't threatening. This exchange was fair and just. There weren't any other factors. Even if it was Boss Bai, Coiling Tiger Right wasn't in the right. So, Coiling Tiger Right could only swallow his broken teeth into his stomach. Motherfucker, Lin Yi tricked me. Coiling Tiger Right said hatefully, this guy will die a horrible death. I'll get back at him sooner or later. The yellow-haired and purple-haired didn't dare to speak carelessly at this time. Coiling Tiger Right was tricked, and they actually had some responsibility. They didn't notice the slightest detail and didn't stop Coiling Tiger Right in time. So, at this time, they were also afraid that Coiling Tiger Right would find trouble with them. Calm down, young Master Right. That Lin Yi obviously planned it well. He advanced step by step. We couldn't guard against it, the yellow-haired said. Yeah, young Master Right. Now, we can only learn from our mistakes. If you want to blame someone, blame that Lin Yi. He acted too well, making it hard for people to distinguish between the real and fake, the purple-haired also said. You too, think of a way for me now. Think of a good way. I want to discuss Lin Yi. We can't just let this go. Even if we can't get the cauldron back, we have to make Lin Yi suffer a bit. Coiling Tiger Right said, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Yes, young Master Right. We'll think of a way right now. The yellow-haired and purple-haired quickly nodded. Chapter 2049. Lin Yi and Han Jingjing walked in front. Han Jingjing hugged the two cauldrons with a smile on her face. Brother Lin Yi, that right Coiling Tiger is really a fool. That alchemy fire condensation mantra and auxiliary mental cultivation method are the most common things, yet he still wants to exchange it. Han Jingjing had already learned from Lin Yi that the alchemy fire condensation mantra and auxiliary mental cultivation method were cheap goods. The alchemy fire condensation mantra that Lin Yi gave her was the real good stuff. However, Han Jingjing had gotten rid of both of them, and came up with a more scientific method to condense the refinement fire. So, in comparison, Han Jingjing's refinement fire condensing method was more important. Even if Lin Yi's refinement fire condensing method was given away, Han Jingjing's refinement fire condensing method couldn't be given away. Of course he's stupid. I'm afraid he's regretting it now. Lin Yi said faintly, Jingjing, you're not stupid either. What you said in front of right Coiling Tiger just now was very timely. Jingjing is not stupid. Although compared to brother Lin Yi, Jingjing is a little stupid, but compared to others, Jingjing is very smart. Han Jingjing said seriously. Lin Yi looked at Han Jingjing's serious little face, but he couldn't see any clues. He shook his head. Perhaps Shu was overthinking. Han Jingjing was smart, but she wasn't that scheming. At least, Lin Yi couldn't feel any malice from her. Lin Yi was a very sensitive person. Back in the primeval forest, when he was doing missions, he'd been spying a lot of the time. It was easy for him to tell if someone was friend or foe. Han Jingjing, on the other hand, didn't give off the aura of an enemy, only a sense of honesty. She told Lin Yi everything she researched without reservation. From this point alone, Han Jingjing wouldn't be a bad person. Well, actually, compared to me, you're also very smart, Lin Yi said. Isn't that so? Jing Jing knows her place. She's not as powerful and smart as big brother Lin Yi. Han Jingjing said, in the past, Jingjing has never admired or worshipped anyone, but after seeing big brother Lin Yi, Jingjing feels that big brother Lin Yi is very powerful. Lin Yi walked into the classroom with Han Jingjing. They'd gotten to know each other quite a bit, but Han Jingjing still took the seat behind him on her own accord. She didn't fight with Xinyan over it. Wang Xinyan, on the other hand, sat in her seat, quietly reading a book as usual. Morning, Lin Yi said. Haha, morning. Xinyan raised her head and smiled at Lin Yi. Fan Ganhe hasn't harassed you these past 2 days, right? Lin Yi knew that Zhang Duopan would find excuses to call Himeiwa, and Fan Ganhe would use this opportunity to look for Xinyan as well, but he didn't have anything to talk to her about. Xinyan wouldn't want to pick up his calls after 2 times, but Fan Ganhe wouldn't give up every time. Not these past 2 days, Xinyan shook her head, but it's fine if you call me again, I'm not going to pick up. Right, you and Yao Yao seem to be getting along well. This was also the question Lin Yi wanted to ask Xinyan. She seemed to be getting along well with Meng Yao the other day, so Lin Yi was wondering what the two were talking about. Yao Yao's a good person, maybe there was some misunderstanding between us before, but now that I've explained everything, everything's fine. Xinyan, naturally, wouldn't tell Lin Yi what Meng Yao told her, it'd be too embarrassing. Is that so? Seeing that Xinyan didn't want to talk about it, Lin Yi didn't ask. After a while, Panhu Wright brought the yellow-haired and purple-haired boys into the classroom with a depressed look on their faces. He looked at Lin Yi hatefully before sitting down in his seat. Looking at Han Jingjing fiddling with the 2 cauldrons not far away, Yu Coiling Tiger became more and more certain that Lin Yi must have asked for these cauldrons for Han Jingjing, and the introductory mental cultivation method and the alchemy fire condensation chant were also given to Han Jingjing from Boss Bai. Perhaps Lin Yi didn't want to share his art with others, so he asked for a common one from Boss Bai. Coincidentally, he thought that it was something good, and gave Han Jingjing 2 cauldrons for free. Not long after Panhu Wright came, Boss Bai came as well, starting today's class. At noon, not long after class, Lin Yi's phone rang. Lin Yi picked it up and saw that it was Han Xiaopa's number. Hello. Han Xiaopa. Lin Yi picked up the phone. Senior Lin, it's me. Han Xiaopa said, you received the message from before, right? I've prepared the color steel. Yes, Lin Yi said. Han Xiaopa said that he would give the color steel the next day, but because Lin Yi was busy with Su Shihan, he didn't have much time to see Han Xiaopa. Han Xiaopa, on the other hand, somehow got the news that Lin Yi invited Su Shihan to perform, so he sent a message to tell Lin Yi to attend to the freshman party first and come find Lin Yi after it was over. And, Senior Lin, congratulations on getting first place in the freshman party. Han Xiaopa said with a smile. You know about it. Lin Yi was puzzled when he heard that Han Xiaopa seemed to be very familiar with Lin Yi's things. It's like this. Our hidden Han family has a few distant relatives studying at Donghai Industry University. I was able to get some information from them. Han Xiaopa didn't hide it. I see. Lin Yi wasn't surprised at all. Even Panhu Wright came to school here, and it was normal for someone from the hidden house to come here as well. To put it bluntly, the hidden houses were still people. While some of the top masters were in isolation and focused on training, there were still many disciples who came out to train and learn in the common world. Senior Lin, are you free at noon? I'm at the entrance of Donghai Industry University right now. I've brought the color steel. Han Xiaopa said. I'm free at noon, where are you? Lin Yi asked. I'm at the school entrance. I didn't want to disturb Senior Lin's class, so I didn't text or call in advance. Han Xiaopa said. Okay, wait for me at the school entrance. Lin Yi said. Lin Yi hung up the phone and said goodbye to Bai Weituo before leaving. Otherwise, everyone would go to the cafeteria for lunch every day. At the school entrance, Lin Yi saw Han Xiaopa from afar. Han Xiaopa was very low-key today. He didn't bring anyone with him, and he drove a Mercedes S600 instead of a sports car. Chapter 2050. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. Senior Lin, I've already booked a table at Donghai's Northern Ice Seafood Restaurant. I hope you'll do me the honor, Han Xiaopa said as he made a gesture of invitation and opened the door of the Mercedes S600. Let's go. Lin Yi sighed. Lin Yi wasn't really interested in food, but if Xiao Xiao were here, it would be a good choice to bring her along. The food here was really good, and the ingredients were fresh too. Xiao Xiao would definitely like it. This time, Han Xiaopa was the driver himself. After getting in the car, they went straight to Northern Ice Seafood Restaurant. This was Lin Yi's second time here, and there were still a lot of luxury cars parked in front of the restaurant. Han Xiaopa's Mercedes S600 didn't stand out at all. There were Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and all sorts of sports cars. But, while Han Xiaopa's car wasn't particularly outstanding, he was warmly welcomed as soon as he walked in. Even the manager came running over. Master Han, you're here. Han Xiaopa nodded and said, this is the honored guest. Welcome. Welcome to the Northern Ice Sea Seafood Restaurant. 2 esteemed guests, please enter the elevator. The private room is already prepared. Today, I will personally serve the 2 esteemed guests. The lobby manager quickly said. The hidden Han family that Han Xiaopa was from was the weakest hidden family in East Ocean City. Aside from the hidden Zhao family, the hidden Han family was the most powerful family in East Ocean City. Therefore, the managers and waiters of the restaurants didn't dare to slight them. Mister, you look familiar. Have you been to our restaurant before? The manager saw that Lin Yi looked familiar, so he asked while they were in the elevator. Yeah, I came here with a friend a couple of days ago, but the prices here are too high. My friend got ripped off. Lin Yi smiled. Ah. The manager paused. He didn't know who Lin Yi was, but he knew who Han Xiaopa was. How could the hidden house not have money? Han Xiaopa drove a Mercedes S600 because he wanted to keep a low profile, but when Lin Yi said that the prices here were too high, the manager didn't know what to say. But he reacted quickly. It's a bit high. I'll give you 2 a 50% discount. No need for that. Han Xiaopa waved his hand and said, go get a VIP card for Senior Lin. In the future, when he comes here, he'll be free of charge. As long as Senior Lin signs the bill, the amount will be on me. I'll settle it at the end of the year. The hidden House Han didn't care about this small amount of money at all. House Han was rich and had treasures, but they didn't have a strong person in charge. That was why the other hidden houses were coveting and bullying them. If they could get Lin Yi closer to the hidden House Han, then this small amount of money wouldn't be a problem at all. Even if it was a bit more, the hidden House Hans could afford it. Okay. The manager was even more shocked. It seemed that this person called Master Lin was someone that even the hidden House Hans couldn't afford to offend. The hidden house probably had a favor to ask of him. So the manager quickly nodded. I'll get someone to get it done in a bit. Not only can Master Lin's VIP card be used for spending, but you can also enjoy the highest VIP treatment in the future. 30% off, and you can enjoy the best VIP treatment in the private room. Okay, go ahead. Deposit 10 million in Master Lin's card. I'll swipe it when I pay. Han Xiaopa said calmly. Lin Yi didn't refuse. The more Han Xiaopa tried to please him, the more it showed how important the upcoming Hidden House Summit was to the Hidden House Hans. Especially the ranking at the summit. So seeing Han Xiaopa's attitude, Lin Yi decided to help them a bit more. Anyway, Han Xiaopa said that they wouldn't want the treasures they won at the summit. They would give them all to Lin Yi as a reward. In other words, the more Lin Yi won, the more treasures he would get. The private room this time was completely different from the private room Zhang Duopan used last time. The private room this time was as gorgeous as a palace, like a crystal palace, while the private room Zhang Duopan used last time could only be considered ordinary. This place couldn't be any more luxurious. It was even more luxurious than the Starlight Hotel in Songshan. Not only was the private room shockingly large, but the decorations were also exceptionally exquisite. There were all kinds of antiques and paintings of famous people everywhere. Even if they were fakes, they were still top-notch works. It was a great enjoyment to be able to admire famous people's paintings while eating. It seemed that this kind of private room could only be used by VIPs like Han Xiaopa. Ordinary customers with lower spending would never be invited to a private room of this level. The dishes are ready. Shall we serve them now? The lobby manager invited the two into the private room and asked carefully. Senior Lin, what do you think? Han Xiaopa didn't make the decision. Instead, he asked for Lin Yi's opinion. It's time to eat. Let's serve the dishes. We'll talk while eating. Lin Yi nodded and said. Did you hear that? Serve the dishes now. Han Xiaopa said to the lobby manager. Okay, I'll go and tell them now. The lobby manager nodded and left the private room to prepare. At this time, only Lin Yi and Han Xiaopa were left in the private room. Han Xiaopa smiled and took out a small box from his pocket. He pushed it in front of Lin Yi and said, Senior Lin, please check if this is the colored steel you need. Oh. Lin Yi nodded and reached out to take the small box. He thought to himself that Han Xiaopa was indeed trustworthy. He hadn't even helped them hide the Han family from the competition, but he had already taken out the reward. Moreover, it didn't matter if they won or lost. Lin Yi opened the small box. What he saw was a colorful metal material about the size of a quail egg. It looked like a piece of iron that had been sprayed with camouflage paint. However, according to Lin Yi's observation, this was definitely not a piece of iron that had been sprayed with paint. It was a naturally colored metal. Jiao Lao, is this colored steel? Lin Yi's expression didn't change. He pretended to observe the colored steel, but in his heart, he asked Zhao Yazi. That's right, young Lin. This is indeed colored steel. Jiao Lao's voice sounded in Lin Yi's ear. However, this piece is too small. Colored steel is the main material among the three materials needed to expand the space in the jade pendant. It also requires the most amount. With such a small piece, the space for refining won't be too big. Chapter 2051. Yes, Senior Lin, the Han family only has this small piece left. Han Xiaopa said, this thing is useless to the hidden Han family. I heard that it's a supplementary material that only the legendary blacksmiths and high-ranked alchemists can use. The hidden Han family doesn't have any alchemists or blacksmiths, so it's useless even if we have it. We definitely won't keep it. I believe you. Lin Yi nodded. Since Han Xiaopa was able to give Lin Yi all the prizes, he must have put in a lot of effort. If there was more of this kind of colored steel, he wouldn't have kept it for himself. If Lin Yi found out about it, there would definitely be a crack in their relationship. At least, Lin Yi could see that the Hidden Han family was trying to rope him in. As long as the Hidden Han family's head wasn't stupid, he wouldn't do something so stupid. Senior Lin, is this colored steel not enough? Han Xiaopa asked. Yes, it's a little less. Lin Yi said lightly, do you have more? That's hard to say. The Hidden Han family doesn't have it anymore, but the other hidden families might have it. Han Xiaopa said, because this thing isn't very useful to the hidden families. It's of little value, so we haven't asked around before. Lin Yi nodded and asked, that means, this thing isn't very rare, but it's not very useful to the families, right? What would an alchemist need this thing for? Exactly. Han Xiaopa nodded and said, although I don't know what Senior Lin needs this colored steel for, as far as I know, this thing can only be used by blacksmiths. As for alchemists, I heard that high-ranked alchemists can use it too. When they cast medicine cauldrons, they also need to add this colored steel. It turned out that casting medicine cauldrons also needed to add colored steel. No wonder the normal medicine cauldrons exploded as soon as they were used. Although the medicine cauldron Han Jingjing got from Right Coiling Tiger was made of copper, it was probably added with a special material like colored steel to make it usable for alchemists. So the colored steel I obtained can really be used to cast medicine cauldrons. Lin Yi nodded and said faintly. Lin Yi knew that if he used the Hidden Han family to look for Kai's steel, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Therefore, in order not to arouse suspicion, since Han Xiaopa said that Kai's steel could be used to forge medicine cauldrons, Lin Yi directly pushed the blame onto medicine cauldrons. Oh. From what Senior Lin said, you're an alchemist. Han Xiaopa's eyes lit up. That's right, I am an alchemist. Lin Yi nodded and said, I have obtained a secret manual for casting cauldrons. I'm ready to try casting a cauldron for myself, so I've been looking for a lot of colored steel. However, I didn't know that colored steel could be used to cast cauldrons. Now that you've confirmed it, it seems that my secret manual is not fake. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Senior Lin was looking for this rare colored steel. Han Xiaopa said, but this colored steel can't be used by most people. However, during this Hidden House Summit, no one would intentionally use this thing as a treasure to bet, and the other forces wouldn't allow it either. After all, this thing isn't very useful to us. Then, how can I get more colored steel? Lin Yi asked. This. Our Hidden House Han can ask around on behalf of Senior Lin, but you'll have to rely on luck. Han Xiaopa said honestly, I'm not sure if I can get more colored steel. After all, in the ranks of the hidden houses, the Hidden House Han doesn't have much of a say. If we could stand at the level of the Hidden House Yu, the Hidden House Yu, or even the Hidden House Xiao that just had a sky class, it would be easy to go to other houses to look for colored steel. Lin Yi nodded. With House Han's current strength, asking them to go to other hidden houses to look for colored steel was like asking a tiger for its skin. If he could help the Hidden Han family win a few more matches in this Hidden House Summit, then he might be able to raise the Hidden Han family's status a little bit. But this increase would depend on the Han family's own connections. If he were to count on them to help him find out more about Kai Gang, who knew how long it would take? Is there no other way? Lin Yi asked, a little disappointed. I can't say that there isn't. Han Xiaopa hesitated. Other ways are just luck. Let's hear it, Lin Yi said. Sometimes, having a way was better than having no way at all. One more way meant one more hope. Not long after the Hidden House Summit, there will be a cultivator's market. We can go there and take a look, Han Xiaopa said. Cultivator's market. What's that? Lin Yi asked, frowning. I'm guessing that Senior Lin probably doesn't know about the existence of the cultivator's market. That's why you brought it up. Looks like Senior Lin really doesn't know about it. Han Xiaopa nodded. Actually, our Hidden House Han only found out about the cultivator's market in recent years. The cultivators who participate in the cultivators market are all old cultivator families. There are also some lone cultivators who have masters to guide them. If other cultivators don't have masters to guide them, they won't be able to find it. Tell me about the cultivators market. Lin Yi nodded. The cultivators market, as the name suggests, is a place for cultivators to trade with each other. It's a small trade fair. There, cultivators can trade with each other. They can set up stalls to sell things they don't need, such as treasures, spiritual medicine, or cultivation manuals. They can sell them for money, or they can use them to exchange for things they need. Han Xiaopa explained, there are more lone cultivators there. Maybe we can find the other things that Kai Gang and Senior Lin need. So there really is a trade fair like this. Lin Yi suddenly understood, and his heart leaped with joy. With a trade fair like this, it would be much easier for him to find things in the future. And if Han Jingjing could concoct pills in the future, he could also concoct some pills to sell and exchange. It was a good way to go. Chapter 2052. I see. When will the Hidden House auction be held? Lin Yi asked. I'm not too sure about that. Our Hidden Han family isn't very well informed. We'll only receive news before the auction. But I heard that the Hidden Family auction is organized by a few large hidden families. They'll send invitations when the time comes, Han Xiaopa said. If Senior Lin is interested, you can come with me. All right. Lin Yi nodded. Then keep an eye out for me. We'll go together. Don't worry, Senior Lin, I'll keep an eye out. Han Xiaopa said. As they spoke, there was a knock on the door. The waiter had come to deliver the dishes. The two of them stopped talking and waited for the waiter to bring the dishes to the table. After that, the manager gave them a few plates of fruits and a bottle of wine, as well as an ID card to Lin Yi. Only then did he leave the room and close the door. Senior Lin, please eat. Han Xiaopa made a gesture. Let's talk while we eat. It's just the two of us, and there's no outsiders. There's no rules. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was hungry. He picked up his chopsticks without hesitation. Tell me first, when will the Hidden House Summit be held? What do I need to prepare? All right, Senior Lin. Han Xiaopa nodded and picked up his chopsticks to eat with Lin Yi. He said as he ate, the Hidden House Summit will be held on the 15th of this month. The location hasn't been announced yet, but this year's Hidden House Summit will be held in Donghai City if nothing goes wrong. The host of the Hidden House Summit is the Hidden House Xiao. Hidden House Xiao. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a complicated look. This Hidden House Xiao could be considered as Lin Yi's enemy, but Xiao Qikuan was Lin Yi's follower. Yes. Actually, this Hidden House Summit is a little different from the previous ones. It's obvious that a few powerful hidden houses are working together to divide up the treasures our Hidden Han family has found in the ancient ruins. Han Xiaopa said angrily. They can't take it openly because of the rules, so they're finding all sorts of excuses to force us to give them some of the treasures. The weak are prey to the strong. That's the rule in the world of practitioners. Lin Yi wasn't surprised. It wasn't that the hidden houses were unreasonable. The world of practitioners was a dog-eat-dog world. If you weren't strong enough, who could you blame? Lin Yi went to Housen, injured Jinda, broke Jiang Wen's leg, and demanded a huge amount of compensation. All of this was because Lin Yi was strong enough. Breaking Zhao Qibing's leg multiple times, blowing up his building, crippling Uncle Zhu. This was all because Lin Yi was strong. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have died many times already. Of course I know that. Han Xiaopa smiled bitterly. But, even though we're not strong enough, and we're prepared to pay a huge price, we don't want to lose too badly. Otherwise, we'd lose all our face in the hidden houses. That's why we want to invite you, Senior Lin. Even if we only win one match, it'll still give us some face. Huh, what if we win a few more? Lin Yi asked. No matter how many matches we win, the bets will belong to you, Senior Lin. Han Xiaopa's eyes lit up and he said, moreover, our hidden Han family's wager will belong to Senior Lin. Apart from that, Senior Lin can also take a few more treasures from our hidden Han family's treasure vault. You can also state some other conditions. Let's see what the competition is about. Lin Yi knew that Han Xiaopa's offer was tempting, but Lin Yi had to have the strength to get it. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't do something dangerous and suicidal. For those treasures, Lin Yi didn't want to lose his life. Helping House Han was just a matter of convenience. Han Xiaopa's performance from start to finish wasn't bad, but Lin Yi didn't have much of a relationship with the hidden house. All he did was take a piece of colored steel from them. As long as he helped them win the race, he wouldn't owe them anything. As for the rest, Lin Yi would act according to the situation. He wouldn't act blindly. I haven't received the details of the competition yet. We'll know when we get there. Han Xiaopa said. But according to previous competitions, there will definitely be racing, reflexes, and martial arts. Racing is 100%. It's an important competition to train the coordination of the practitioner's hands, feet, and brain. Racing. Lin Yi smiled. I see that your driving skills aren't bad. Are they so sure they can beat you? My methods really aren't much. Han Xiaopa couldn't help but shake his head, a bitter expression on his face. I wonder if Senior Lin has heard of the hidden house Zhao. Han Xiaopa had received news that Lin Yi and the hidden Zhao family weren't on good terms, and that the hidden Zhao family had sent Zhao Guang'er to kill Lin Yi last time, only to be killed by Lin Yi. However, it wasn't a good idea to say it out loud. The hidden Zhao family. Lin Yi picked up the glass of red wine in front of him and took a sip. He sneered. Do they have a racing expert? That's right. Han Xiaopa nodded. I heard that the hidden Zhao family took in an illegitimate son. His training isn't that great, but he's very good at racing. His racing skills are already quite good, and he was taken in as a disciple by Elder Bai, a master of House Zhao. He's been training him to become a practitioner, and his coordination with his hands, feet, and brain has improved a lot. He's most likely going to win this race. Of course, that's if Senior Lin doesn't do anything. Pfft. Cough, cough. Lin Yi was drinking his red wine when he heard Han Xiaopa's words. He spat it out. You're talking about Zhao Qibing. Yes, that's Zhao Qibing. Han Xiaopa nodded. Do you know him, Senior Lin? Of course, how could I not? Lin Yi smiled. That guy and I are enemies, but he's never had a good time in my hands. How did he become a racing expert? Chapter 2053. Lin Yi was speechless after hearing Han Xiaopa's introduction. He didn't think that this Zhao Qibing was a racer as well. Lin Yi was very surprised. He thought that this guy was a good-for-nothing. I don't see him participating in any races here. Lin Yi said. That's true. According to our information, Zhao Qibing has been trying to get the hidden house Zhao's approval ever since he came back, so naturally he wouldn't be racing anymore. Wouldn't he be no different from the spoiled brat he used to be? He's been trying to make some achievements to get the hidden house Zhao's approval, but who would have thought that no matter what he did, he would fail and be accepted by the hidden house Zhao, bringing him back to his family. Han Xiaopa said, but we, the hidden house Han, don't know the reason, and we didn't investigate it. Hidden house Han and hidden house Zhao were both hidden practitioner houses in Donghai, so naturally they paid more attention to each other's movements than other houses, but there were some secrets that they couldn't find out. Who would have thought that Zhao Qibing had this kind of ability? Lin Yi was very shocked. To be honest, I didn't know that this guy didn't even drive in Songshan. Man, I heard that he offended someone and got his legs broken a couple of times. How would he have the chance to drive? His legs are pretty good now. Han Xiaopa said, so, I saw Senior Lin's driving skills on the freeway, and I think that only Senior Lin can win against that Zhao Qibing. Lin Yi was speechless. I was the one who broke his legs. But, you seem to say that he's pretty strong. Should I find an excuse to break his legs again during the race? That way he won't be able to drive. Hiss. Han Xiaopa took in a cold breath. This Lin Yi Sr. was really ruthless, wanting to break Zhao Qibing's legs. However, Han Xiaopa explained, Senior Lin, you absolutely can't do that. The greatest taboo in the Hidden House Summit is for participants to fight in private. If there are people who cause trouble, the first person to cause trouble will be disqualified. So, this won't work, I see. Lin Yi nodded, but if it was before the competition, Lin Yi wouldn't have the chance to meet Zhao Qibing. This guy was hiding in the Hidden House Zhao, and Lin Yi couldn't possibly go to the Hidden House Zhao, could he? That's right, so it's better for Senior Lin to bring out his true strength. However, in my opinion, Senior Lin will definitely be able to defeat him. Han Xiaopa said. Oh, then let's do our best. Lin Yi nodded and said, the Hidden House Summit is in the middle of this month. That's only a few days away. Can I bring my own car for the race, or must I use the car provided by the organizers? This is what I want to say next. Han Xiaopa said, you must use the car provided by the organizer. You are not allowed to bring your own car. Which of these hidden aristocratic families didn't have any connections? It's easy to modify a car, and it's even possible to modify a car into a plane. So, for the sake of fairness, we have to use the cars provided by the organizers to participate in the competition. Every car is fresh from the factory, so it's the same as new. Oh. Then what car will be provided this time? Lin Yi asked. This rule was fair, but in reality, it wasn't fair at all. If they purposely chose a car that Zhao Qibing was good at, even if it was a new car that hadn't been modified, he would still have an advantage over the others. Just as Han Xiaopa said, the Hidden House Summit was aimed at the Hidden House Han, so this race was probably already decided to be the Hidden House Zhao's winner. This way, the car selection would definitely be beneficial to Zhao Qibing. This car. After saying that, Han Xiaopa hesitated for a moment. Originally, the model of this car would only be known 2 days before the competition. However, our Han family has spies and informants. We found out that the hidden Zhao family had purchased a batch of cars, but what? Lin Yi asked. But this car. Han Xiaopa hesitated. This car is the most common Jetta. I don't know what House Zhao is trying to do. Are they trying to confuse us, or something? But I heard that House Zhao has been planning to enter the taxi business for a long time. Maybe after the cars are used up, they can just use it as a taxi business, and they can save a lot of money. After all, House Zhao isn't that rich, they're far from our hidden house Han. Lin Yi nodded. If that Zhao Qibing is really good at racing, then the more ordinary the car is, the better the gap will be. The Jetta might be the car for this competition, but your hidden house Han is quite rich, isn't it? Of course, in the ancient ruins we found, not only were there a lot of treasures for training, but there was also a lot of gold and silver, enough for us to spend for a few generations. It's fine even if we don't find a way to earn money in these few generations. Han Xiaopa said, Grandpa said that now is the time for House Han to stabilize its position as a hidden house, not the time for development. Stabilizing the hidden house's name and increasing our strength, only then can we research and develop. And our generation doesn't need to research about earning money. What you're doing is right. House Zhao is only using Zhao Qibing to test the waters to earn money in the common world. Your hidden house Han's foundation is still too shallow. Lin Yi agreed, but a few generations is a bit long. Make good use of this opportunity. Your generation might bring glory to the hidden house of Han. Lin Yi's eyes were no longer limited to the few noble houses in the common world. Lin Yi had basically settled all the noble houses in the common world, and Lin Yi was now looking at the hidden houses. Hidden House Xiao and Hidden House Yu both had Lin Yi's underlings. If he could pull Hidden House Han down, then Lin Yi would have more power in the Hidden House level. Only by combining all these forces, would Lin Yi have the right to speak with the ancient sects and ancient noble houses on equal footing. Otherwise, even if Lin Yi became a sky-class master, he wouldn't be able to make the ancient sects and ancient noble houses fear him. Because Lin Yi was only one person, without a force behind him, he couldn't always guarantee the safety of his family and friends. Chapter 2054. If he accepted it, then Hidden House Han might very well become one of the hidden houses just like Lin Yi had said. After all, Han Xiaope had some understanding of Lin Yi's past achievements. The common world's cultivation houses that were on good terms with Lin Yi were all doing very well. Those who were enemies with Lin Yi were either gone or struggling. So what if he had the hidden house's support? The common world house Yu was still destroyed, and the common world Xiao family and Kong family weren't doing too well either. This was all thanks to Lin Yi. Who asked them to go against Lin Yi? However, Han Xiaope wasn't the young master of Hidden House Han. There were some things that he couldn't decide, so he was in a difficult position. From his point of view, if Hidden House Han stood by Lin Yi's side, then it would be more beneficial than harmful. However, this was only his opinion. He wasn't sure how his grandfather saw it. However, there was only one chance. If he rejected it now, then Lin Yi wouldn't help Hidden House Han anymore in the future. After this Hidden House summit, their relationship would fade away. Senior Lin, Hidden House Han has a lot of cultivation materials and treasures, but I lack a master to guide me in my cultivation. Han Xiaope made up his mind in an instant. Since he couldn't decide on the Hidden Han family's attitude, he could decide on his own. Hence, he immediately said, "If Senior Lin doesn't mind, please accept me as your disciple. Please guide me on the path of cultivation." Han Xiaope's reaction was out of Lin Yi's expectation. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that Han Xiaope would ask to be his disciple right away. Lin Yi really didn't know what to say. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, Han Xiaope thought that Lin Yi wasn't satisfied with his attitude, but he could only smile bitterly and explain, "Senior Lin, although I'm a direct descendant of Hidden House Han, I can't make decisions in the Hidden House. I can't make the entire Hidden House listen to Senior Lin right now. However, I swear that one day, if I can become the head of Hidden House Han, I will follow Senior Lin's lead." Lin Yi nodded. "You want me to be your disciple?" "Yes. Hidden House Han has the support of ancient ruins, but I don't have a master to guide me on the path of cultivation. I'm completely blind." Han Xiaope didn't hide anything. "Your disciple is only at the middle phase of the golden class right now. Your disciple knows that this level of strength isn't enough to catch Senior Lin's eye, but even this level of strength was forcefully increased by consuming the Soul Gathering Pill." Soul Gathering Pill? Lin Yi had heard of this before. Most of the disciples of the hidden houses had used this to increase their strength. Yu Bing was the same. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Even the weakest disciple of the hidden house had such a good thing to use. He, Lin Yi, had to train himself bit by bit to break through. You really can't compare yourself to others. Although he was already in Earth class, when he thought back to when he was a Golden class, how hard was it to break through to the Mystic class? But Mystic class was a common thing among the disciples of the hidden houses. Yes, in the ancient ruins, we found some soul-gathering pills and soul-gathering pills. The soul-gathering pills were all used by the elders, so they have the strength of Mystic class. As for us, the third-generation disciples, we only got the soul-gathering pills. I'm considered quite talented, using only 3 soul-gathering pills to reach the middle phase of the Golden class. Han Xiaope smiled bitterly. But there aren't many soul-gathering pills and soul-gathering pills left, and the hidden house you doesn't want to sell them to us. So, I'm worried about the future of cultivation. Never mind, I don't have plans to take in disciples at this age. But if you're willing, I can take you in as a follower. Lin Yi said. But your loyalty still needs to be tested. Thank you, Senior Lin. Han Xiaopa heard Lin Yi's words and quickly stood up. He cupped his fists. Boss, please accept this little brother's bow. With that, Han Xiaopa bowed respectfully to Lin Yi. You're a quick one, taking advantage of the situation. You stood up as soon as I finished speaking. Lin Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand. But anyone can say nice things. It depends on your performance in the future. I'm taking a follower not because of your personal strength, but because of your loyalty. Senior Lin. No, Boss Lin, I'm the most loyal. I promise to listen to your orders. Han Xiaopa quickly said. Since you're loyal, then I can give you strength. Lin Yi said. Didn't you want to become my disciple to increase your strength? But my follower will receive the same treatment. I believe that your hidden Han family has already investigated my situation and knows about the situation of my brothers. You should have seen their strength in the past and present. I see. Han Xiaopa really did investigate the situation around Lin Yi. But the entire hidden house Han was very puzzled. How did Lin Yi's followers, including Lin Yi's woman, suddenly increase in strength? At first, many of them were early phase golden class masters. Now, they're at peak late phase mystic class. It was unbelievable. Of course, although they were puzzled, they couldn't figure out what was going on. It wasn't until Lin Yi said it that Han Xiaopa realized that it was all thanks to Lin Yi. Thinking that he could increase his strength, Han Xiaopa's heart was filled with joy. Wasn't this what he'd been chasing after? If he could increase his strength, even if it was only to peak late phase golden class, then the family would give him 20 soul gathering pills to help him break through golden class to mystic class. That way, Han Xiaopa's strength would be far ahead of the other 3 generations of the hidden house Han. The position of the 3rd generation young master would belong to him. Boss, I swear to the heavens that I'll only listen to you for the rest of my life. If I break this oath, then I'll lose all my strength and never be able to cultivate again. I'll become a cripple. Han Xiaopa immediately swore to the heavens. Lin Yi didn't really believe in oaths. In the face of absolute strength, oaths were a joke. But Han Xiaopa's oath was quite vicious. Losing all his strength and never being able to cultivate again was a nightmare for a practitioner. Normally, a practitioner with a bit of integrity wouldn't make such an oath. Han Xiaopa said this to express his sincerity to Lin Yi. Chapter 2055. Han Xiaopa didn't know how to answer Lin Yi's question. He had given everything he could to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi only needed the colored steel. If he didn't ask for anything else, Han Xiaopa wouldn't be able to prove his sincerity. But after some hesitation, Han Xiaopa raised his head. Boss, I don't know how to prove it, please tell me. Forget it, a long journey tests a horse's stamina, and time reveals a man's heart. If you're really a reliable person, I won't be stingy and help you increase your strength, but if you're a hypocrite, then forget it. Lin Yi said. That's. Boss Lin, it's not that I'm in a rush or that I don't want to prove myself to you, but I have an idea. Han Xiaopa said after some hesitation. There's another event in the Hidden House Summit, it's a duo battle. If I can increase my strength, then I can go up there with you, boss. With your strength, you'll definitely be able to win, and I'll just stay on the sidelines and protect myself. Oh. This duo battle requires 2 people to go up there. Can't one person do it? Lin Yi asked. No, it has to be 2 people. Plus, if one of the 2 in the team is knocked down, the team loses. So no matter how strong the boss is, the follower is too weak. If he gets knocked down first, he'll still lose. Han Xiaopa explained. I see. Lin Yi frowned and went into deep thought. To be honest, Lin Yi had a good eye for people. This Han Xiaopa shouldn't have any ulterior motives towards him, but even so, Lin Yi didn't want to give him any benefits directly. Whether it was Chen Yutian, Wu Tian, or Ling Shan, they had all been friends for a long time, and Lin Yi had just helped them level up. As for his new follower, Xiao Qikuan, it had been so long since Lin Yi had helped him level up, and it didn't make sense for him to do it for Han Xiaopa first. However, if there really was such an event in the competition that required two people to cooperate, then Han Xiaopa's low strength would definitely affect his results. By the way, boss, you mentioned earlier that you're an alchemist. Han Xiaopa took a deep breath and suddenly thought of a good way to defect. That's right. Why do you ask? Lin Yi nodded. Then, boss, do you know about the qi gathering pill? Han Xiaopa asked in a low voice. Qi gathering pills. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Xiaopa. Why did you suddenly bring this up? Boss, I won't hide it from you. Our hidden Han family found a few sets of materials used to refine qi gathering pills in the ancient ruins. This has always been our hidden Han family's greatest secret. Only the core disciples know about it, and they were strictly forbidden from spreading it. Han Xiaopa said solemnly, Boss, you should know that this qi gathering pill might not mean much to ancient sects, but to hidden sects like us, it is something that we would fight over even if we had to break our heads to obtain. Han Xiaopa's words made Lin Yi nod. That's right. In the eyes of the hidden families and normal sects, the qi gathering pill is a priceless treasure. Boss, if you can help me increase my strength and continue to protect our hidden Han family, I'm willing to convince my grandfather to give you the materials to refine the qi gathering pill. Han Xiaopa said. Consider this a big gift from me, Han Xiaopa, to boss. This is our hidden Han family secret. Now that I've told you about it, it more or less shows my sincerity. If news of this gets out, our hidden Han family will be robbed or even exterminated. Robbed? Exterminated? Not necessarily, right? Although the qi gathering pill is precious, if you only have the materials to refine it, the hidden families won't be able to refine it even if they take it away, right? Alchemists are very rare, and the alchemists of the hidden families are at most first rank. Only the hidden house of the right has a high-rank alchemist. But to refine a third-rank pill like the qi gathering pill, you'd need at least a fourth-rank alchemist. As far as I know, only the Sky Elixir School has such an expert, right? Lin Yi asked calmly. Boss, it seems that you still don't know much about the Sky Elixir School. Us hidden families can actually ask them to refine pills. Every time we refine a pill, we just need to provide more materials. No matter how many pills we refine, the Sky Elixir School will take half as a reward. If we only refine one pill, then we're out of luck and the Sky Elixir School will take it for themselves. Han Xiaopa said. Oh. The Sky Elixir School has such a rule. Then why don't you ask them to refine pills? Lin Yi asked curiously. Boss, the Sky Elixir School has this rule, but it's only for those houses that have a relationship with them. If you don't have a relationship with them, even if you ask them, they might not help you. Han Xiaopa smiled bitterly. Plus, even if we ask them to refine pills for us, with the hidden house Han's current strength, would they be able to keep the pills? They can't even keep the materials, let alone the pills. Han Xiaopa's words enlightened Lin Yi. It was true. Back then, Boss Yu was willing to enter an ancient tomb filled with traps just for a qi gathering pill. It was enough to show how precious the pill was. If the hidden house Han managed to make the pill, then they might really be wiped out. The materials for the qi gathering pill were extremely rare, and with the hidden house's current strength, it would be hard for them to gather all of them. The ancient sects could gather them, but because of the drawbacks of the qi gathering pill, no one would refine it. However, the Sky Elixir School wouldn't reject a request from a hidden house like this. The reward they received, even if they sold it, could be exchanged for countless treasures or money. But, I'm curious. Are you really willing to give me the materials for the chi gathering pill? Or would your grandpa agree to your suggestion? Lin Yi looked at Han Xiaopa strangely. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his treasures. This thing in our hidden house, Han, we either keep it hidden and never see the light of day, or we'll get into trouble if we take it out. Han Xiaopa said. With the current development of our hidden house, Han, we won't be able to have an Earth-class late-phase peak or Sky-class for a few generations. As long as there isn't a Sky-class in our house, we wouldn't dare take the materials out. Unless there's an Earth-class late-phase peak who uses it directly after making the pill, but that's risky as well. Without absolute confidence, we wouldn't ask someone to make us a pill. Chapter 2056. Descendants. Han Xiaopa shook his head and sighed. We can't hold on much longer, and you're talking about descendants. This hidden house summit is just the beginning of dividing up the hidden Han family. Now that they've tasted the sweetness, there might be even more activities like trials, competitions, bets, and so on. Anyway, it's going to get harder and harder for the hidden Han family. It's hard to say if we can even survive this generation, so how can we have descendants? Ugh. Lin Yi didn't expect Han Xiaopa to think so much. But if what he said was true, then hidden house Han might really be swallowed up in the future. So, I'm giving this to you, boss. If you can help hidden house Han and bring us out of this predicament, then this price is worth it. Even if we don't have this thing in the future, hidden house Han will hold on to us. Even if we can't stand out, we won't be at the bottom. Han Xiaopa's analysis was very clear. Alright, since you've told me the secret of hidden house Han, then I'll make an exception and help you this time at the hidden house summit. Lin Yi said. If hidden house Han doesn't lose too much at the summit, then they probably won't hold events like this anymore. That's natural. They won't be interested in things that don't benefit them. If they don't benefit from us this time, then they won't organize any other events other than the regular summit. Han Xiaopa nodded. Of course, even if they lose a little, with you standing up for them, those hidden houses will have to think twice. After all, Earth-class late-phase masters are the top of the family's power. It's not something they can afford to lose just like that. Hee hee. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Prepare the ingredients for the chi gathering pill. I'll pay a visit to the hidden house Han 2 days before the hidden house summit. Just bring it to me then. Alright, no problem. After saying that, Han Xiaopa hesitated for a moment. But with my strength, should I bring the materials over in the afternoon? No need. You don't have to worry about your strength. Lin Yi said. You don't trust me. Of course I do. Since you have a well-thought-out plan, I won't say more. Han Xiaopa nodded. Boss, let's eat. After the meal, Han Xiaopa sent Lin Yi back to school and rushed back to the hidden Han family to meet the current head of the hidden Han family, Han Tianba. Of course, although grandfather Han's name was domineering, it was not domineering in the ranks of the hidden families. Han Xiaopa told old Master Han everything that had happened during lunch in detail. When Han Tianba heard this, he was shocked. Xiaopa, you are really bold. You actually told us the family's big secret. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? That Lin Yi is someone who can easily kill an Earth-class late-phase master. It would be as easy as flipping his hand for him to destroy our hidden Han family. If boss is interested in our hidden house of Han, he would have been tempted when I told him that we found the ancient ruins. However, even after I gave him the colored steel, boss still wasn't interested in our hidden house of Han, Han Xiaopa said. This is enough to show that boss isn't a greedy person. Even if that's the case, our hidden house's foundation is too shallow. We have to be careful. Han Tianba said. Plus, isn't it a bit too much to give away the materials for the chi gathering pill? It's not too much. If boss is really on our side wholeheartedly, at least those who want to get their hands on our hidden house will have to think about the consequences. Han Xiaopa said. But do they think that Lin Yi will help us when the time comes? Han Tianba asked. Grandpa, under normal circumstances, of course not. But now that I'm boss's follower, there's no problem. Han Xiaopa said. Boss is famous for being protective. Think about that time in the Common World's Noble House meeting. Boss stood up for his follower and even destroyed the Common House U. What could the Hidden House U do? Didn't they suffer a loss in the end? Then, when Lin Yi was sick, he wanted to cause trouble, but Yu Lu died. Xiaopa, you're very observant. Han Tianba nodded slowly. But although Lin Yi is protective, if you have the intention to use him and he sees through it, it'll be a disaster. Grandpa, Xiaopa doesn't have the intention to use boss at all. Han Xiaopa said. Boss has such great strength and power. I really want to be his follower. This way, I can learn more things and increase my strength. If that's the case, I won't say anything more. Han Tianba said. This is an opportunity for us Hidden House. If we grasp it well, we can make a comeback. If we don't, we'll be doomed. But if we don't grasp it, we'll be doomed as well. So, we can only bet on Lin Yi. Yes, Grandpa. Han Xiaopa said. Plus, I promised boss Lin Yi that if I become the head of the Hidden House Han, I'll follow his lead. Han Tianba's eyes focused on Han Xiaopa. He saw ambition in Han Xiaopa. Han Xiaopa actually wanted to fight for the position of the Hidden House Han's young master, and he said it without hiding anything. This surprised Han Tianba. However, Han Tianba didn't reprimand him. Instead, he said, if we really use Lin Yi's help to win a few matches and get out of our current predicament, it means that Lin Yi is really capable. The responsibility of building a good relationship with him will fall on your shoulders. Yes, Grandpa. Han Xiaopa, of course, understood Han Tianba's meaning. Han Xiaopa immediately said happily. You can go now. I'll make some preparations here. I'll ask your ninth uncle to find out more about the other matches. If Lin Yi can win a few more matches, I'll let those families that are plotting against the Hidden House Han know what it means to go for wool and come home shorn. Han Tianba thought about Lin Yi's notoriety and felt a little more confident. After Lin Yi returned to school, he temporarily put aside the matter of participating in the Hidden House Summit for the Hidden House Han. Instead, he thought about the Qi Gathering Pill. Chapter 2057. Lin Yi was speechless after hearing Han Xiaopa's introduction. He didn't think that this Xiao Qibing was a racer as well. Lin Yi was very surprised. He thought that this guy was a good-for-nothing. I've never seen him participate in any races here. Lin Yi said. That's true. According to our intel, Xiao Qibing has been trying to get the Hidden House Xiao's approval ever since he came back, so naturally, he wouldn't be racing anymore. Wouldn't he be no different from his previous image? He's been trying to make some achievements to get the Hidden House Xiao's approval, but who would have thought that he would fail and be accepted by the Hidden House Xiao? They took him back and let him return to his family. Han Xiaopa said, but we, the Hidden House Han, don't know the reason, and we didn't investigate it. Hidden House Han and Hidden House Xiao were both hidden practitioner houses in Donghai, so they naturally paid more attention to each other's movements than other houses. But there were some secrets that they couldn't find out. Who would have thought that Xiao Qibing had this kind of ability? Lin Yi was very shocked. To be honest, I didn't know that this guy didn't even drive in Song's Han. Man, I heard that he offended someone and got his legs broken a couple of times. How would he have the chance to drive? His legs are pretty good now. Han Xiaopa said, so, I saw Senior Lin's driving skills on the freeway, and I think that only Senior Lin can win against that Xiao Qibing. Lin Yi was speechless. I was the one who broke his legs. But, this guy seems to be pretty good from what you said. You seem to say that this guy is quite powerful. How about I find a reason to break his legs again during the competition? He won't be able to drive then. Hiss. Han Xiaopa took in a cold breath. This Lin Yi Sr. was really ruthless, wanting to break Xiao Qibing's legs. However, Han Xiaopa explained, Senior Lin, you absolutely can't do that. During the Hidden House Summit, the most taboo thing is for participants to fight in private. If there are any troublemakers, they will be punished. If there's a troublemaker, they'll be disqualified, so this won't work. I see. Lin Yi nodded, but if it was before the competition, Lin Yi wouldn't have had the chance to interact with Xiao Qibing. This guy was now hiding in the hidden Zhao family and not coming out. Lin Yi couldn't possibly kill his way to the hidden Zhao family, right? That's right, so it's better for Senior Lin to bring out his true strength. However, in my opinion, Senior Lin will definitely be able to defeat him. Han Xiaopa said. Oh, then let's do our best. Lin Yi nodded and said, the Hidden House Summit is in the middle of this month. That's only a few days away. During the competition, you can bring your own car. Or do we have to use the car provided by the organizer? This is what I want to say next. Han Xiaopa said, you must use the car provided by the organizer. You are not allowed to bring your own car. Which of these hidden aristocratic families didn't have any connections? It's easy to modify a car, and it's even possible to modify a car into a plane. So, for the sake of fairness, we have to use the cars provided by the organizers to participate in the competition. Every car is fresh from the factory, so it's the same as new. Oh. Then what car will be provided this time? Lin Yi asked. This rule was fair, but in reality, it wasn't. If he purposely chose a car that Xiao Qibing was good at, even if it was a new car that hadn't been modified before, he would still have an advantage over the others. Just as Han Xiaopa had said, this hidden aristocratic family summit was aimed at the hidden Han family. Then this race might have already been decided as the hidden house's victory. If that was the case, then the car would definitely be in Xiao Qibing's favor. This car. After saying that, Han Xiaopa hesitated for a moment. Originally, the model of this car would only be known 2 days before the competition. However, our Han family has spies and informants. We found out that the hidden Zhao family had purchased a batch of cars, but what? Lin Yi asked. But this car. Han Xiaopa hesitated, this car is the most common Jetta. I don't know what House Xiao is trying to do, are they trying to confuse us or something? But I heard that House Xiao has been planning to enter the taxi business for a long time. Maybe after the car is used up, they can use it as a taxi business and save a lot of money. After all, House Xiao isn't that rich, they're far from us. Lin Yi nodded, if that Xiao Qibing is really good at racing, then the more common the car is, the more he can pull the gap. The Jetta might be the car for this competition, but your hidden house Han is quite rich? Of course, in the ancient ruins we found, not only were there many treasures for training, there was also a lot of gold and silver, enough for us to spend for a few generations. It's fine even if we don't find a way to earn money in these few generations. Han Xiaopa said, Grandpa said that now is the time for us to stabilize our position as a hidden house, not for development. We need to stabilize our position as a hidden house and increase our strength before we can research and develop. And our generation doesn't need to research about earning money. What you're doing is right. Hidden House Xiao is only using Xiao Qibing to test the waters to earn money in the common world. Your hidden house's foundation is still too shallow. Lin Yi agreed, but a few generations is a bit long. Make good use of this opportunity. Your generation might bring glory to the hidden house of Han. Lin Yi's eyes were no longer limited to the few noble houses in the common world. Lin Yi had basically taken care of all the noble houses in the common world. Lin Yi's eyes were now on the hidden houses. Hidden House Xiao and Hidden House Yu both had Lin Yi's underlings. If he could pull Hidden House Han down, then Lin Yi's words would have more weight in the Hidden House's hierarchy. Only by combining all these forces would Lin Yi have the right to speak with the ancient sects and ancient noble houses on equal footing. Otherwise, even if Lin Yi became a sky-class master, he wouldn't be able to make the ancient sects and ancient noble houses fear him. Because Lin Yi was only one person, without a force behind him, he couldn't always guarantee the safety of his family and friends. Han Xiaopa was able to stand out among the disciples of House Han, so naturally, he wasn't an idiot. After hearing Lin Yi's words, his eyes lit up, and he was deep in thought. He knew that Lin Yi was throwing out an olive branch, and whether he accepted it or not, it was all up to him. To be continued, RQ. Chapter 2058. If he accepted it, then Hidden House Han might very well become one of the hidden houses just like Lin Yi had said. After all, Han Xiaopa had some understanding of Lin Yi's past achievements. The common world's cultivation houses that were on good terms with Lin Yi were all doing very well. Those who were enemies with Lin Yi were either gone or struggling. So what if he had the hidden house's support? The common world House Yu was still destroyed, and the common world Xiao family and Kong family weren't doing too well either. This was all thanks to Lin Yi. Who asked them to go against Lin Yi? However, Han Xiaopa wasn't the young master of Hidden House Han. There were some things that he couldn't decide on, so he was in a difficult position. From his perspective, if Hidden House Han stood by Lin Yi's side, it would be more beneficial than harmful. However, this was only his opinion. He didn't know how his grandfather saw it. However, there was only one chance. If he rejected it now, then Lin Yi probably wouldn't help Hidden House Han in the future. After this Hidden House summit, everyone's relationship would fade away. Senior Lin, Hidden House Han has a lot of cultivation materials and treasures, but I lack a master to guide me in my cultivation. Han Xiaopa made up his mind in an instant. Since he couldn't decide on the Hidden Han family's attitude, he could decide on his own. Hence, he immediately said, "If Senior Lin doesn't mind, please accept me as your disciple. Please guide me on the path of cultivation." Han Xiaopa's reaction was out of Lin Yi's expectation. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that Han Xiaopa would ask to be his disciple right away. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, Han Xiaopa thought that Lin Yi wasn't satisfied with his attitude, but he could only smile bitterly and explain, "Senior Lin, although I'm a direct descendant of Hidden House Han, I can't make decisions on matters of the Hidden House. I can't make the entire Hidden House listen to Senior Lin. However, I swear that one day, if I can become the head of Hidden House Han, I will follow Senior Lin's lead." Lin Yi nodded. "You want me to be your disciple?" "Yes. Hidden House Han has the support of ancient ruins, but I don't have a master to guide me on the path of cultivation. I'm completely blind." Han Xiaopa didn't hide anything. "Your disciple is only at the middle phase of the golden class right now. Your disciple knows that this level of strength isn't enough to catch Senior Lin's eye, but even this level of strength was forcefully increased by consuming the Soul Gathering Pill." Soul Gathering Pill? Lin Yi had heard of this before. Most of the disciples of the hidden houses had used this to increase their strength. Yu Bing was the same. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Even the weakest disciple of the hidden house had such a good thing to use. He, Lin Yi, had to break through bit by bit. You really can't compare yourself to others. Although he was already an Earth class, but thinking back to when he was a Golden class, how hard was it to break through to the Mystic class? But Mystic class was a common thing among the disciples of the hidden houses. Yes, in the ancient ruins, we found some soul-gathering pills and soul-gathering pills. The soul-gathering pills were all used by the elders, so they have the strength of Mystic class. As for us, the third-generation disciples, we only got the soul-gathering pills. I'm considered quite talented, using only 3 soul-gathering pills to reach the middle phase of the golden class. Han Xiaopa smiled bitterly. But there aren't many soul-gathering pills and soul-gathering pills left, and the hidden house you doesn't want to sell them to us. So, I'm worried about the future of cultivation. Never mind, I don't have plans to take in disciples at this age. But if you're willing, I can take you in as a follower. Lin Yi said. But your loyalty still needs to be tested. Thank you, Senior Lin. Han Xiaopa heard Lin Yi's words and quickly stood up. He cupped his fists. Boss, please accept this little brother's bow. With that, Han Xiaopa bowed respectfully to Lin Yi. You're a quick one, taking advantage of the situation. You stood up as soon as I finished speaking. Lin Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand. But anyone can say nice things. It depends on your performance in the future. I'm taking a follower not because of your personal strength, but because of your loyalty. Senior Lin. No, Boss Lin, I'm the most loyal. I promise to listen to your orders. Han Xiaopa quickly said. Since you're loyal, then I can give you strength. Lin Yi said. Didn't you want to become my disciple to increase your strength? But my follower will receive the same treatment. I believe that your hidden Han family has already investigated my situation and knows about the situation of my brothers. You should have seen their strength before and their current strength. I see. Han Xiaopa really did investigate the situation around Lin Yi. But the entire hidden house Han was very puzzled. How did Lin Yi's followers, including Lin Yi's woman, suddenly increase in strength? At first, many of them were early-phase golden class masters. Now, they're at peak late-phase mystic class. It was unbelievable. Of course, although they were puzzled, they couldn't figure out what was going on. It wasn't until Lin Yi said it that Han Xiaopa realized that it was all thanks to Lin Yi. Thinking that he could increase his strength, Han Xiaopa's heart was filled with joy. Wasn't this what he'd been chasing after? If he could increase his strength, even if it was only to peak late-phase golden class, then the family would give him 20 soul-gathering pills to help him break through golden class to mystic class. That way, Han Xiaopa's strength would be far ahead of the other 3 generations of the hidden house Han. The position of the 3rd generation young master would belong to him. Boss, I swear to the heavens that I'll only listen to you for the rest of my life. If I break this oath, then I'll lose all my strength and never be able to cultivate again. I'll become a cripple. Han Xiaopa immediately swore. Lin Yi didn't really believe in oaths. In the face of absolute strength, oaths were a joke. But Han Xiaopa's oath wasn't anything but vicious. Losing all his strength and being unable to practice anymore was a nightmare for practitioners, and any practitioner with a bit of integrity wouldn't make an oath like this. Han Xiaopa was only saying this to show his sincerity to Lin Yi. How can I prove your loyalty? Lin Yi looked at Han Xiaopa and asked faintly. Chapter 2059. Han Xiaopa didn't know how to answer Lin Yi's question. He had given everything he could to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi only needed the colored steel. If he didn't ask for anything else, Han Xiaopa wouldn't be able to prove his sincerity. But after some hesitation, Han Xiaopa raised his head. Boss, I don't know how to prove it, please tell me. Forget it, a long journey tests a horse's stamina, and time reveals a man's heart. If you're really a reliable person, I won't be stingy and help you increase your strength, but if you're a hypocrite, then forget it. Lin Yi said. That's. Boss Lin, it's not that I'm in a rush or that I don't want to prove myself to you, but I have an idea. Han Xiaopa said after some hesitation. There's another event in the Hidden House Summit, it's a duo battle. If I can increase my strength, then I can go up there with you, boss. With your strength, you'll definitely be able to win, and I'll just stay on the sidelines and protect myself. Oh. This duel requires 2 people to go on stage at the same time. Can't one person do it? Lin Yi asked. No, it has to be 2 people. Plus, if one of the 2 in the team is knocked down, the team loses. So no matter how strong the boss is, the follower is too weak. If he gets knocked down first, he'll still lose. Han Xiaopa explained. I see. Lin Yi frowned and went into deep thought. To be honest, Lin Yi had a good eye for people. This Han Xiaopa shouldn't have any ulterior motives towards him, but even so, Lin Yi didn't want to give him any benefits directly. Whether it was Chen Yutian, Wu Tian, or Ling Shan, they had all been friends for a long time, and Lin Yi had just helped them level up. As for his new follower, Xiao Qikuan, it had been so long since Lin Yi had helped him level up, and it didn't make sense for him to do it for Han Xiaopa first. However, if there really was such an event in the competition that required 2 people to cooperate, then Han Xiaopa's low strength would definitely affect his results. By the way, boss, you mentioned earlier that you're an alchemist. Han Xiaopa took a deep breath and suddenly thought of a good way to defect. That's right. Why do you ask? Lin Yi nodded. Then, boss, do you know about the Qi gathering pill? Han Xiaopa asked in a low voice. Qi gathering pills. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Xiaopa. Why did you suddenly bring this up? Boss, I won't hide it from you. Our hidden Han family found a few sets of materials used to refine Qi gathering pills in the ancient ruins. This has always been our hidden Han family's greatest secret. Only the core disciples know about it, and they were strictly forbidden from spreading it. Han Xiaopa said solemnly, Boss, you should know that this Qi gathering pill might not mean much to ancient sects, but to hidden sects like us, it is something that we would fight over even if we had to break our heads to obtain. Han Xiaopa's words made Lin Yi nod. That's right. In the eyes of the hidden families and normal sects, the Qi gathering pill is a priceless treasure. Boss, if you can help me increase my strength and continue to protect our hidden Han family, I'm willing to convince my grandfather to give you the materials to refine the Qi gathering pill. Han Xiaopa said. Consider this a big gift from me, Han Xiaopa, to boss. This is our hidden Han family's secret. Now that I've told you about it, it more or less shows my sincerity. If news of this gets out, our hidden Han family will be robbed or even exterminated. Robbed? Exterminated? Not necessarily, right? Although the Qi gathering pill is precious, if you only have the materials to refine it, the hidden families won't be able to refine it even if they take it away, right? Alchemists are very rare, and the alchemists of the hidden families are at most first rank. Only the hidden house of the right has a high-rank alchemist. But to refine a third-rank pill like the Qi gathering pill, you'd need at least a fourth-rank alchemist. As far as I know, only the Sky Elixir School has such an expert, right? Lin Yi asked calmly. Boss, it seems that you still don't know much about the Sky Elixir School. Us hidden families can actually ask them to refine pills. Every time we refine a pill, we just need to provide more materials. No matter how many pills we refine, the Sky Elixir School will take half as a reward. If we only refine 1 pill, then we're out of luck and the Sky Elixir School will take it for themselves, Han Xiaopa said. Oh. The Sky Elixir School has such a rule. Then why don't you ask them to refine pills? Lin Yi asked curiously. Boss, the Sky Elixir School has this rule, but it's only for those houses that have a relationship with them. If you don't have a relationship with them, even if you beg them, they might not help you. Han Xiaopa smiled bitterly, plus, even if we asked them to refine pills for us, with the hidden house Han's current strength, would they be able to keep the pills? They can't even keep the materials, let alone the pills. Han Xiaopa's words enlightened Lin Yi. It was true. Back then, Boss Yu was willing to enter an ancient tomb filled with traps just for a Qi gathering pill. It was enough to show how precious the pill was. If the hidden house Han managed to make the pill, then they might really be wiped out. The materials for the Qi gathering pill were extremely rare, and with the hidden house's current strength, it would be hard for them to gather all of them. The ancient sects could gather them, but because of the drawbacks of the chi-gathering pill, no one would refine it. However, the Sky Elixir School wouldn't reject a request from a hidden house like this. The reward they received, even if they sold it, could be exchanged for countless treasures or money. But, I'm curious. Are you really willing to give me the materials for the chi-gathering pill? Or would your grandfather agree to your suggestion? Lin Yi looked at Han Xiaopa strangely. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his treasures. This thing in our hidden house, Han, we either keep it hidden and never see the light of day, or we'll get into trouble if we take it out. Han Xiaopa said, with the current development of our hidden house, Han, we won't be able to have an Earth-class late-phase peak or Sky-class for a few generations. As long as there isn't a Sky-class in our house, we wouldn't dare take the materials out. Unless there's an Earth-class late-phase peak who uses it directly after making it, but that's risky as well. Without absolute confidence, we wouldn't take it out to ask someone to make us a pill. Oh. But, keeping the materials for the chi-gathering pill is also a ray of hope. Even if it's not possible now, don't you think about the future generations? Lin Yi smiled faintly. This chi-gathering pill is the hope of breaking through to Sky class. Chapter 2060. Descendants. Han Xiaopa shook his head and sighed. We can't hold on much longer, and you're talking about descendants. This hidden house summit is just the beginning of dividing up the hidden Han family. Now that they've tasted the sweetness, there might be even more activities like trials, competitions, bets, and so on. Anyway, it's going to get harder and harder for the hidden Han family. It's hard to say if we can even survive this generation, so how can we have descendants? Ugh. Lin Yi didn't expect Han Xiaopa to think so much. But if what he said was true, then Hidden House Han might really be swallowed up in the future. So, I'm giving this to you, boss. If you can help Hidden House Han and bring us out of this predicament, then this price is worth it. Even if we don't have this thing in the future, Hidden House Han will hold on to us. Even if we can't stand out, we won't be at the bottom. Han Xiaopa's analysis was very clear. Alright, since you've told me the secret of Hidden House Han, then I'll make an exception and help you this time at the Hidden House Summit. Lin Yi said. If Hidden House Han doesn't lose too much at the summit, then they probably won't hold events like this anymore. That's natural. They won't be interested in things that don't benefit them. If they don't benefit from us this time, then they won't organize any other events other than the regular summit. Han Xiaopa nodded. Of course, even if they lose a little, with you standing up for them, those hidden houses will have to think twice. After all, Earth-class late-phase masters are the top of the family's power. It's not something they can afford to lose just like that. Hee hee. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Prepare the ingredients for the chi-gathering pill. I'll pay a visit to the Hidden House Han 2 days before the Hidden House Summit. Just bring it to me then. Alright, no problem. After saying that, Han Xiaopa hesitated for a moment. But with my strength, should I bring the materials over in the afternoon? No need. You don't have to worry about your strength. Lin Yi said. You don't trust me. Of course I do. Since you have a well-thought-out plan, I won't say more. Han Xiaopa nodded. Boss, let's eat. After the meal, Han Xiaopa sent Lin Yi back to school and rushed back to the Hidden Han family to meet the current head of the Hidden Han family, Han Tianba. Of course, although Grandfather Han's name was domineering, it was not domineering in the ranks of the hidden families. Han Xiaopa told him about lunch. He sent it to Old Master Han via WeChat. When Han Tianba heard this, he was shocked. Xiaopa, you are really bold. You actually told us the family's big secret. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? That Lin Yi is someone who can easily kill an Earth-class late-phase master. It would be as easy as flipping his hand for him to destroy our hidden Han family. If Boss is interested in our hidden house of Han, he would have been tempted when I told him that we found the ancient ruins. However, even after I gave him the colored steel, Boss still wasn't interested in our hidden house of Han, Han Xiaopa said. This is enough to show that Boss isn't a greedy person. That being said, our hidden house's foundation is too shallow. We have to be careful. Han Tianba said. Plus, isn't it a bit too much to give away the materials for the Qi gathering pill? It's not too much. If Boss is really on our side wholeheartedly, at least those who want to get their hands on our hidden house will have to think about the consequences. Han Xiaopa said. But do they think that Lin Yi will help us when the time comes? Han Tianba asked. Grandpa, under normal circumstances, of course not. But now that I'm Boss's follower, there's no problem. Han Xiaopa said, Boss is famous for being protective. Think about that time in the Common World's Noble House meeting. Boss stood up for his underlings and even the Common House you was destroyed. What could the Hidden House you do? Didn't they suffer a loss in the end? Then, when Lin Yi was sick, he wanted to cause trouble, but Yu Lu died. Xiaopa, you're very observant. Han Tianba nodded slowly. But although Lin Yi is protective, if you have the intention to use him and he sees through it, it'll be a disaster. Grandpa, Xiaopa doesn't have the intention to use Boss at all. Han Xiaopa said, Boss has such great magical powers and power. I really want to be his follower. This way, I can learn more things and improve my strength. If that's the case, I won't say anything more. Han Tianba said. This is an opportunity for us hidden house. If we grasp it well, we can make a comeback. If we don't, we'll be doomed. But if we don't grasp it, we'll be doomed as well. So, we can only bet on Lin Yi. Yes, Grandpa. Han Xiaopa said. Plus, I promised Boss Lin Yi that if I become the head of the hidden house Han, I'll follow his lead. Han Tianba's eyes focused on Han Xiaopa. He saw ambition in Han Xiaopa. Han Xiaopa actually wanted to fight for the position of the hidden house Han's young master, and he said it without hiding anything. This surprised Han Tianba. However, Han Tianba didn't reprimand him. Instead, he said, if we really use Lin Yi's help to win a few matches and get out of our current predicament, it means that Lin Yi is really capable. The responsibility of building a good relationship with him will fall on your shoulders. Yes, Grandpa. Han Xiaopa, of course, understood Han Tianba's meaning. Han Xiaopa said happily. You can go now. I'll make some preparations here. I'll ask your ninth uncle Han to find out more about the other matches. If Lin Yi can win a few more matches, I'll let those families that are plotting against the hidden house Han know what it means to go for wool and come home shorn. Han Tianba thought about Lin Yi's notoriety and felt a little more confident. After Lin Yi returned to school, he temporarily put the matter of participating in the Hidden House Summit on behalf of the Hidden House Han to the back of his mind. Instead, he thought about the Qi Gathering Pill. The Qi Gathering Pill was a yellow class level 3 pill. It was the same as the Ice Heart Jade Bone Pill that Miss Rock Candy wanted to refine. Chapter 2061. However, Han Jingjing could only successfully concoct a yellow class level 2 pill at the moment. Moreover, the success rate was not guaranteed. Yellow class level 3 was almost impossible. It was said that only a Heaven Realm Master, a yellow class level 4 pill master, could successfully concoct a yellow class level 3 pill. To have a 100% success rate, one must reach the level of a Mystic level 1 alchemist. Otherwise, even a Huang level 4 alchemist would only have a higher success rate, but not a 100% success rate. So now, Lin Yi was facing two problems. One was to raise his own strength to Heaven class, and then raise Han Jingjing's strength to Earth class. This way, it would be possible for Han Jingjing to control the level 3 alchemy fire as she pleased. But it was obviously more difficult for him to advance to heaven class, at least for now. But with the help of the chi gathering pill, Lin Yi felt that he should be able to advance to heaven class very quickly. At that time, raising Han Jingjing's strength would be a piece of cake. However, the chi gathering pill was also a yellow grade level 3 pill. If his strength could not reach heaven grade, then Han Jingjing would not be able to advance to earth grade, and if Han Jingjing could not advance to earth grade, then she would not be able to refine the chi gathering pill. This was an endless loop. If one succeeded, then the others would naturally succeed. If one failed, then the others would not be able to succeed. Thinking of these things, Lin Yi had a headache. It was clearly something that was within reach, but it was so far away. The materials of the chi gathering pill were precious in Lin Yi's hands, but if it could not be used, it was a waste. However, if Lin Yi himself broke through to heaven class, and then raised Han Jingjing to the peak of the late phase of earth class, she would be able to refine a level 3 pill. Then even if the chi gathering pill was refined, it would not be of much use to a heaven class master like Lin Yi. Although it could make Lin Yi's strength increase faster, it was not fast at the current stage. Lin Yi's heart was pressured by the 2-year promise, so he naturally did not have much time to waste. 2 years, there was still more than a year left. Lin Yi did not dare to say that he had 100% confidence in advancing to heaven class. Therefore, how to use the materials of this chi gathering pill became a difficult problem for Lin Yi. Lin Yi needed this chi amassing pill to increase his chances of breaking through to heaven stage, but to refine the chi amassing pill, he needed the strength of heaven stage as a foundation. A level 4 alchemist, without the strength of heaven stage as a backing, would find it difficult to refine a level 3 pill. Even a Sky Class 4th level refiner couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate in making a 3rd level elixir. Only a mystic 1st level refiner like Zhang Liju would be able to do it. Otherwise, even if it was a yellow rank 7th level pill refinement master, there was a possibility of failure when refining a yellow rank pill refinement master. Naturally, there were no absolutes in this world. Han Jingjing might be a genius, but even if she was a genius, her strength had to be at the heaven rank. As a result, Lin Yi felt very wronged. He had the materials, but he couldn't refine them. Even if he could, the effects wouldn't be as great as they were now, and he didn't need them as urgently anymore. How could he improve his strength to the next level? This was what Lin Yi wanted to do right now. Although, breaking through from Earth Class early phase to Earth Class mid phase was already considered very fast for other practitioners, and without the help of elixirs and legacies, Lin Yi's speed was already very fast. But Lin Yi himself knew that the reason why he was able to reach Earth Class early phase peak so quickly from Earth Class early phase peak had to do with the second stage of the Art of Dragon Mastery, as well as the fact that he trained day and night without rest. But there were still 2 important reasons. The first was because of the few days of military training. When he hugged Wang Xinyan to sleep, it gave Lin Yi a great opportunity. Those few nights were not an exaggeration for Lin Yi. It was many times faster than his usual training speed. Lin Yi didn't understand why Wang Xinyan's scent had such a huge effect on him, but it didn't matter as long as there were results. So Lin Yi really missed those few nights. It was just that after coming back, Lin Yi couldn't get too close to Wang Xinyan, let alone hug her. Especially since it was already late autumn, and the weather was cold. Wang Xinyan wore more clothes, and so the scent of her body couldn't seep out. Although Lin Yi shared a table with her every day, he didn't get the benefits of that scent. But Lin Yi couldn't just let Wang Xinyan take off all her clothes and wear a set of home clothes to class, could he? Not only would it be cold, people would think that there was something wrong with Wang Xinyan if they saw it. The second reason was because when Su Shihan and Qing Yi were kidnapped, Lin Yi fought with the men in black, and he broke through his limits multiple times. It could be said that it was a common thing for Lin Yi on his path of leveling up. But this kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Naturally, there wouldn't be any limits when fighting with low-level masters, and if he fought with high-level masters, he couldn't go too high. That would be a one-sided beating, and how could he break through? After thinking about it, Lin Yi still felt that the first method was more reliable. But how was he going to talk to Wang Xinyan? Looking at Wang Xinyan sitting quietly beside him, reading a book, Lin Yi didn't know what to say. As he thought about it, Lin Yi got a little distracted. Wang Xinyan was reading, but there was no way she wouldn't feel Lin Yi looking at her like that. At first, Wang Xinyan thought that Lin Yi was just looking at her, so she didn't pay much attention. But after that, Lin Yi's eyes never left her, and it made her feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. Lin Yi, what's up? Wang Xinyan didn't want to be direct. What were you looking at? So she changed her way of asking. Ah. Lin Yi came back to his senses, a little embarrassed. I was thinking about something, so I got distracted. But I do have something to ask you, WH. What's up? Xinyan said, her mind drifting off at the explanation, but she was still a little embarrassed. There was no way she'd be able to calm down after being stared at by a guy for so long. And it was the kind of guy she had feelings for, the scent on your body. Lin Yi felt that this kind of question was a little intrusive, but it was something to do with Lin Yi's training, so Lin Yi had to ask. Chapter 2062. I smelled it a long time ago. Lin Yi said. We were so close during the training, how could I not have smelled it? Actually. Xinyan was starting to stutter, but she still managed to speak in a small voice. My body was really weak when I was young, and the doctors said that I wouldn't live past 5. My parents tried to find a doctor for me, but nothing came of it. When I was 2 years old, my parents brought me to the mountains to purchase medicinal ingredients. My father was in the business of medicinal ingredients. This time, we unexpectedly met an old man who was traveling around the world. When this old man saw my condition, he fed me something that was said to be a spiritual medicine of the heavens and earth. He said that it was a good karma, and that if we were fated, we would meet again in the future. From then on, my body became better, and my body also emitted a kind of fragrance. According to my parents, it was the smell of that spiritual medicine. Of course, this was what my parents told me. I was too young at that time, so I didn't have any memories. Xinyan didn't know why she was talking to Lin Yi so much, after all. She wasn't someone who liked to talk, but she still told Lin Yi some things about herself, just like that time on the plane, as if it was supposed to be like that. Good karma. Heaven and earth elixir. Lin Yi frowned. He didn't know what Xinyan was talking about, but he was sure that the old man wasn't a normal person. A master like him who traveled the world couldn't be judged with common sense. Yeah, I heard that the smell was on me from then on. Xinyan said. It smells good. Lin Yi said. And it seems like this smell can speed up my training. Ah. Is that so? Xinyan's face turned even redder as she lowered her head, unsure of how to respond to Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi was feeling quite awkward, too. Lin Yi wouldn't have brought this up if Lin Yi didn't really need this smell to train. After all, it was a girl's private thing, it wasn't something they should talk about unless they were extremely close. So Lin Yi didn't know what to say when Xinyan lowered her head. Just as he was feeling awkward, Boss Bai walked into the classroom. The afternoon class had begun. Boss Bai's appearance helped Lin Yi and Xinyan out of the awkwardness, and the two opened their books in tacit understanding, preparing for class. But, after a while, Xinyan, who was sitting beside Lin Yi, started moving. She lightly unbuttoned her jacket and took off her jacket, folding it neatly and placing it on the innermost seat. That wasn't all. Xinyan started unbuttoning the top button of her shirt as well. In actuality, Xinyan had gone through a lot of mental struggle before she decided to do this. She didn't know why, but but she felt a strong urge to help Lin Yi when he told her that her scent could help him with his training. She didn't know why, but she was too embarrassed to do so, and so hesitantly waited until now to take off her jacket. Xinyan's action surprised Lin Yi a little. Xinyan was wearing quite a lot of clothes, but there was a faint scent coming from her. Lin Yi looked at Xinyan, too excited to speak. Xinyan, however, felt Lin Yi's gaze, and blushed even more. I'm a little hot. The heater's switched on in the classroom now, and I'm wearing a little too much, ha. Thank you. Lin Yi knew that Xinyan was just looking for an excuse. There was a heater in the classroom, but a coat wouldn't be too hot. Some people had taken off their coats, but Xinyan hadn't taken them off in the past few days, so it was obvious why she was doing this. What are you thanking me for? I don't understand. Hurry up and pay attention. Xinyan buried her head in the textbook in front of her, not looking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi sighed in his heart at the sight of Xinyan's shyness. He knew that the relationship between him and Xinyan was getting closer and closer. There wasn't anything yet, but if this went on, there would be some strange feelings. Even now, Lin Yi's impression of Wang Xinyan was a lot better than when they first met. It was just that all of this seemed to be a subtle change that happened without him even realizing it. Lin Yi didn't waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He started practicing the second stage of the art of dragon mastery as he listened to Boss Bai's lecture. Lin Yi didn't have to worry about any enemies in the classroom, and he didn't have to worry about anything. With the help of Xinyan's scent, Lin Yi's training speed could only be described as 1,000 miles in a day. The scent wasn't as thick as it was during the military training, but it was still more than twice as fast as Lin Yi's own training speed. Lin Yi was very satisfied with this speed. After all, this was a classroom. He couldn't ask Xinyan to take off all her clothes, could he? Or rather, he couldn't just go up and hug her, could he? Naturally, Lin Yi wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. He used every second he had to train. Although Lin Yi didn't know why, it was still a good thing. Lin Yi didn't think about anything else and focused on training. Xinyan herself didn't know why she'd taken off her coat, nor did she know why she'd unbuttoned her top button. Was she doing this on purpose to let him smell her scent? Did this count as seducing Lin Yi? Xinyan felt that her actions were a little shameless, but when she sneaked a glance at Lin Yi's serious face as he trained, she felt that she was thinking too much. Lin Yi had helped her so much, and she didn't have anything to repay him for. Now that there was a bit of scent that could help Lin Yi train, she'd let him absorb it. With that thought, Xinyan moved her body closer to Lin Yi so that her collar could get closer to Lin Yi's body, but this way, Xinyan's heart was in a mess. She didn't hear a single word that Boss Bai was saying on the podium. Her mind was filled with shyness and nervousness. She kept comforting herself, telling herself that she was only helping Lin Yi with his training, to repay him, nothing else. The afternoon passed in a blur. Xinyan was so dizzy that she didn't hear anything, but Lin Yi, on the other hand, had learned a lot. Chapter 2063. Lin Yi wasn't leaving, and so was Xinyan. She knew what Lin Yi was doing, and she was afraid that Lin Yi would lose his perfume if she moved, and so she kept her position close to Lin Yi, not daring to move at all. Lin Yi wasn't leaving, and so was Han Jingjing. The two had agreed that they'd walk together after school if there wasn't anything else. Han Jingjing looked at Lin Yi and Xinyan curiously, wondering what they were doing. However, Han Jingjing didn't ask anything. Instead, she took out her tablet and continued to calculate something on it. Lin Yi was in a practicing state, but he was aware of what was going on in the outside world. His consciousness was connected to the outside world, or else he wouldn't be able to practice and listen to class at the same time. Lin Yi knew that everyone had left, but Lin Yi didn't want to let go of the pleasure that came with training. Phew. Lin Yi exited his training mode and looked at Xinyan apologetically. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. All he could say was a single word. Thank you. You're done with your training. Xinyan didn't know about the relationship between Han Jingjing and Lin Yi, so she kept her voice low when she asked. The classroom was very quiet right now, and she had to be extra careful when she spoke. Yeah, thanks for your hard work. Lin Yi nodded. It's nothing. Xinyan shook her head with a smile. Then. I'll be going, yeah, let's go together. Lin Yi said. But for now, put on your coat, it'll be cold outside. Yeah. Xinyan was a little embarrassed when Lin Yi lifted her coat. Han Jingjing, on the other hand, looked at Xinyan and Lin Yi curiously, not knowing what they were talking about. Big brother Lin Yi, what are you talking about with Xinyan? Something about training. Were you cultivating before? Han Jingjing asked curiously. Yes, I was cultivating just now. Lin Yi did not hide anything from Han Jingjing. Oh. But why are you thanking her? Han Jingjing nodded, but it was a little strange that Lin Yi was thanking Wang Xinyan. This. Actually, Xan Yen is a little special. When she's by my side, she can help me cultivate. Since it involved Xinyan's privacy, Lin Yi didn't go into too much detail, leaving it vague. Naturally, Lin Yi wasn't guarded against Han Jingjing, after all. She knew some of Lin Yi's super secrets. Training beside Xinyan wasn't a big deal. Special. Help with cultivation. Han Jingjing, on the other hand, looked at Xinyan curiously, trying to figure out what was so strange about her. Xinyan, on the other hand, was quite embarrassed from Han Jingjing's stare. She didn't know what to do. Jingjing, don't look at Xinyan like that. You have me to help you level up, you don't need it. Lin Yi said. Oh. Han Jingjing was no longer curious after hearing Lin Yi's words. She nodded and didn't say anything else. Xinyan, on the other hand, was a little curious after hearing the conversation between Lin Yi and Han Jingjing. Lin Yi didn't seem to be hiding things from Han Jingjing either. Was Han Jingjing and Lin Yi that close already? Xinyan was curious, but she wasn't the curious type. She parted ways with Lin Yi after they left the biology building. Big brother Lin Yi, you and Xinyan seem to be pretty close. Han Jingjing asked as they walked. We've known each other for a long time, we're pretty close. Lin Yi nodded. Oh. Then are you two a couple? Han Jingjing asked. No, just a little better. Lin Yi said. That's good, then. Looks like I still have a chance. Han Jingjing nodded happily. What chance? Lin Yi blinked at Han Jingjing's sudden leap in thought. Nothing, nothing. Han Jingjing shook her head. Right, Lin Yi bro, I can condense metal, wood, water, fire, and earth now, but the conversion between them isn't as smooth as before. There's still a bit of complexity in the conversion, so I'm working on simplifying it. With that, Han Jingjing waved the tablet in her hand. You've already condensed it. Lin Yi's eyes widened. He wasn't expecting Han Jingjing to be this skilled. Hadn't she done it in the morning? Otherwise, she would have told me in the morning. It seemed that she had only condensed it in one day. However, for Han Jingjing's genius, Lin Yi was already used to it. Lin Yi was almost numb now. He had to admit that Han Jingjing was probably the first alchemist to propose scientific alchemy. Of course, it wasn't enough to have a scientific alchemy brain. You must have a certain qualification. And this Han Jingjing was probably a genius with both qualifications and brains. Of course, in comparison, her qualifications might be a little worse. After all, Han Jingjing also said that his sensitivity to controlling the alchemy fire was a little worse, but he could make up for it with a formula. But this was enough. Yeah, but I can't convert it at will. There are still some obstacles, so Jing has to keep working hard and continue to simplify and optimize the conversion. Han Jingjing nodded and said. Okay, you work hard. Lin Yi nodded blankly. You can also try to refine some earth-level elixirs with those 2 cauldrons. The things that Right Coiling Tiger took out are definitely not trash. They should be good stuff. Han Jingjing nodded. The 2 came to the parking lot together. Mingyao, Yushu, and Han Xiaoqiao were already waiting there. Today, Lin Yi was delayed in his practice, so he was a little late. Shield bro, why are you so slow today? Did your teacher delay the class? Yushu asked after seeing Lin Yi. No, I was practicing before, so I was delayed. Lin Yi said. Get in the car, it's a little cold. Let's go back now. Back home, Lin Yi didn't say anything the whole night. On the other hand, a Right Coiling Tiger immediately drove to the hidden house U after school. The hidden house U wasn't in Donghai, but in a small town between Donghai and Songshan. This was also the reason why Right Coiling Tiger took the college entrance examination in Songshan, because he was affiliated to a high school in Songshan. Chapter 2064. Good stuff. When Right Coiling Tiger heard Lin Yi's name, he gritted his teeth in anger. Uncle, I was tricked by Lin Yi. Motherfucker, Lin Yi played with me. He tricked me with a street vendor's goods. Tricked you? What's going on? Right Jintian's face darkened and he frowned. Coiling Tiger, you're not young anymore. Even if you suffered a loss, you have to keep your composure. Don't curse every time you open your mouth. Tell me the details. Yes, big uncle. Right Coiling Tiger nodded and told his big uncle everything that had happened today. Right Coiling Tiger didn't dare to hide or exaggerate because he knew that although the yellow-haired and purple-haired men were his subordinates, they wouldn't hide anything in front of his uncle. If he spoke carelessly, his uncle would be even angrier when he found out the truth. If that's the case, you were careless. That Lin Yi clearly reminded you many times that our hidden you family also has his stuff. Moreover, exchanging with you is cheating you. Did you insist on exchanging? Right Jintian asked. Uncle, although that's the case, you also know that Lin Yi is cunning. In that situation, anyone would think that he didn't want to exchange and said that to increase the value of the information in his hands. Who knew that it was really like that? Right Coiling Tiger said bitterly, this matter can't be completely blamed on me. It can't be completely blamed on you. Right Jintian waved his hand. However, as the saying goes, learn from your mistakes. In the future, you have to be more wary of that Lin Yi. Although the first grade and second grade cauldrons are expensive, our hidden you family can afford to lose them. Let's forget about this matter. Yes. Right Coiling Tiger said that, but he didn't agree with it in his heart. Let's forget about it. With Right Jintian's strong personality, if it was someone else who cheated them of the hidden you family stuff, how could he just let it go? But in the face of Lin Yi, how could he not let it go? Not only had Right 13 been eliminated, but the hidden Zhao family's Earth-class late-phase master had also been killed by Lin Yi. If they wanted to fight against Lin Yi, they would have to send out a Sky-class master. However, it was obviously not worth it to offend the Heavenly Elixir sect by sending a Heaven Stage expert for Lin Yi. The Heavenly Elixir sect didn't dare to casually send a Heaven Stage expert to the secular world for the sake of balance. How could the Hidden You family dare to do so? Oh right, the Hidden House Summit is about to be held. Your strength has also broken through to the early phase of the Mystic class. You should have 100% confidence in concocting a level 1 pill, right? Yu Jintian changed the topic and looked at Yu Coiling Tiger. There should be no problem. Right Coiling Tiger nodded and said, however, after I consume 2 spirit gathering pills and raise my strength again, I should be more confident. And, when the time comes, there will be a competition for pill concocting. At that time, our Yu family might send you as the representative. After all, only your age is suitable. Yu Jintian said, when the time comes, as long as you can concoct a level 1 pill, it will be your victory. After all, the other hidden houses don't have any alchemists participating. Those alchemists are all over 25 years old, which is outside of the competition rules. Ah, okay. Right Coiling Tiger quickly nodded, don't worry, uncle. If that's the case, then victory will definitely be mine. Okay, if that's the case, you can go back. Enchanting said, you've lost this time. Next time, watch carefully before you make the same mistake. Yes, uncle. Right Coiling Tiger let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Right Enchanting really didn't have the mood to reprimand Right Coiling Tiger. All his thoughts were on the Hidden House Summit. To put it bluntly, this Hidden House Summit was actually an alliance of a few hidden houses to scam the Hidden House of Han. All the competitions were basically designed for each hidden house, and each hidden house had a competition that they were good at. For example, House Xiao was good at racing, and House Yu was good at concocting pills. This way, each hidden house would be able to obtain a treasure from the Hidden House of Han in the end. This was also why Enchanting didn't have the mood to reprimand Right Coiling Tiger. Another reason was that even if he reprimanded Right Coiling Tiger, what use would it be? Wasn't he, Enchanting, still unable to do anything to Lin Yi? For a troublemaker like Lin Yi, unless they sent a Sky-class master to kill him, but if the ancient sects didn't agree, who would dare to send Sky-class masters outside? It had been a few months since the college entrance exams, but Zhong Pingliang still hadn't reported to school. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but he hadn't thought of how to face Lin Yi and Meng Yao. Zhong Pingliang hated Lin Yi to the bone, but what was the use of hating him? Lin Yi was getting stronger and stronger, and even Zhang Naipeo wasn't his match. Even if Zhong Pingliang wanted to go against Lin Yi, he didn't have the strength and courage to do so. With Zhong Pingliang's college entrance exam results, he wouldn't even be able to get into a third-rate university, and it was the same for his follower, Gao Xiaofu. However, Zhong Fabai was rich. He gave Zhong Pingliang and Gao Xiaofu a huge sponsorship fee, and so the two became self-funded students of Donghai Industry University's joint college. The so-called joint college was a private university jointly run by a company and a university. Although the class location was the same as a regular university, the graduation certificate was different. The graduation certificate would have the name of the joint college written on it. Of course, for a rich kid like Zhong Pingliang, who didn't care about his graduation certificate, it didn't matter what was written on it. The school had lower requirements for self-funded students like this, and it didn't matter if they participated in military training or not. After all, most of the students here were just trying to get a degree, and they would all go to their family's business after graduation. Zhong Pingliang and Gao Xiaofu didn't report to school, not because they were lazy, but because they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to lower their heads, and so before they reported to school, he brought Gao Xiaofu to Zhang Naipeo's training ground, the Everyday and Everyday sect. This time, the two met with Naipeo without a hitch. At this moment, Naipeo's entire demeanor had changed. The arrogance from before were gone, replaced with a sense of confidence and calmness. However, the pride in his bones was still there. Liang bro. But no matter what, Zhang Naipeo's loyalty to Zhong Pingliang hadn't changed at all. Zhong Pingliang was just a normal person, but Naipeo didn't put on any airs in front of him at all. He cupped his fist respectfully like a little brother. Chapter 2065. Plus, he'd gotten smarter and more reserved after all these setbacks. He knew that his strength wasn't on the same level as Naipeo's, and he didn't want to put on airs and make Naipeo hate him. That way, they wouldn't be able to maintain their boss and follower relationship. Liang bro, you know what kind of person I am. Naipeo said. You're talking to me like that because you're afraid of me, and you're not treating me like a follower anymore. Liang bro, you're the savior of my family, and it's all because of Heibao bro's recommendation that I came to this Everyday and Everyday sect. It's all thanks to you, Liang bro. I, Naipeo, used to be your follower, and I'm still your follower. In this life, I only have one enemy, and that's Lin Yi. I have you as my boss, and I have a master, and that's the everyday and everyday sect. Neipeo's words were passionate, without a hint of pretense or falsehood. Pin Liang was very touched. Good, Pao, you're my good brother. Liang bro, I only have one goal in coming here, to deal with Lin Yi. Not only is he Liang bro's enemy, he's my enemy as well. You don't have to do this, Liang bro. Neipeo said. It's just that I haven't completed the second stage yet, so I can't leave the mountain yet. But if there's a chance, I'll make sure to cripple that Lin Yi and bring him to you, Liang bro, so that you can take care of Lin Yi. Alright. Pin Liang nodded excitedly. Pow, what's your strength now? I'm an Earth class mid-phase now. With that, Neipeo's eyes flashed with unwillingness. According to the news I received, Lin Yi can even kill an Earth class late phase so effortlessly. It seems like I won't be able to take on Lin Yi without reaching the second stage of his arts. What? Lin Yi's that strong. He can even kill an Earth class late phase. Pin Liang was shocked. Didn't they say that Lin Yi was a mystic late phase peak? When did he break through? I'm not sure either. Neipeo shook his head. My information sources are limited as well. After all, our everyday sect can't keep an eye on Lin Yi all the time. This guy is really lucky. How did he improve so quickly? Pin Liang recalled Lin Yi's progress and felt a little discouraged. Looks like we're still being left behind by him. Don't worry, once I master the second stage, even if that Lin Yi is an Earth class late phase peak, as long as he's not a Sky class, I'll be able to beat him. Neipeo said confidently, what's the saying? The first to get fat isn't considered fat, wait for me to catch up. Oh. Pow, do you have a trump card? Pin Liang was overjoyed. Of course I have my trump cards. Neipeo grinned, but Liang bro, forgive me for keeping you in suspense. I'm restricted by my sect, and I can't say anything before I master the art. Ha, it's fine, I wouldn't understand even if you told me. As long as I can beat that Lin Yi, it's fine. Pin Liang said, the rest doesn't matter. It's great that you understand, Liang bro. Neipeo nodded, Liang bro, as long as we tolerate that Lin Yi for now, I'll deal with him in the future. Let him be happy for a while. Man, Pow, you don't know this, but I actually have something to ask of you this time. Pin Liang sighed, as much as I've been tolerating him, I didn't think that I'd end up in the same university as Lin Yi. I heard that he's in that university, and I didn't even dare bring Fu there, afraid that Lin Yi would bully us. Oh. You're in the same university as Lin Yi? Neipeo said, surprised, if that's the case. Then there's going to be some conflict. Yeah, that's why I'm here to discuss this with you, Pow, and see if there's any way to protect me from that Lin Yi. Pin Liang said, I'm your boss, after all, and you're a core disciple of the everyday sect now. If I get bullied, wouldn't you lose face as well? That's true. Neipeo nodded, how about this, I'll talk to my master and see if he can take you in as an outer disciple, and give you a good treasure. We don't need to bully people, but we need to have the ability to protect ourselves. Pow, you're too good to my boss. Pin Liang didn't think that Neipeo would be this easygoing, asking his master for a treasure. Pin Liang had been thinking of using his relationship with Neipeo to get him an outer disciple or a contact person for the everyday sect in the common world. That way, he wouldn't be able to suppress Lin Yi, but at least he'd be able to show off in school when Lin Yi wasn't around. As long as he didn't get into a direct conflict with Lin Yi, university life would be quite enjoyable. If he had to suppress himself for 4 years, it'd be worse than death. The last part of his 12th year in high school was already quite stressful for Pin Liang, and he'd finally gotten into university. He'd wanted to be known as the big boss or young bully of the school, but he'd have to face off against Lin Yi again. But, among all the schools in Donghai, only Donghai Industry University had a school that accepted students who paid for their own students. The other schools didn't have this system, and Pinliang had no other choice. Plus, he'd already paid up, and it would be hard for him to go to another school. Even if Fabai had some power in Songshan, he didn't have much in Donghai. He was only able to get into this school by paying for his own students. He didn't have the ability to transfer to another school. Liang bro, I've been with you for so long, how could I not know what you're thinking? Naipeo smiled. This treasure is something that Master promised to give to me back then, but once I master the second stage, I won't need it anymore, so I asked Master to give it to you. It's a golden cicada undergarment, and when you wear it, it can block attacks from anything below Sky Class. In other words, no one under Sky Class can hurt you. Aw. Really? That's strong. Pinliang's eyes widened as he looked at Naipeo in disbelief. Chapter 2066. Naipeo's words were very clear. How could he not know what kind of person Pinliang was? Pinliang's goal in coming here was to borrow Naipeo's strength, to make himself more successful in the university. Since Pinliang wanted to be the school's boss, why wouldn't Naipeo let him have it? From this, one could see that Naipeo treated Pinliang with sincerity, and wasn't the type to forget his roots. After all, the golden cicada undergarment was one of the treasures of the Everyday and Everyday sect. Although the master had agreed to give it to Naipeo, it was only because he was a core disciple of the Everyday and Everyday sect. Otherwise, there was no way he'd give something like this away so easily. But it wasn't easy for Naipeo to give this to Pinliang. Of course, it was also because his position in the Everyday and Everyday sect was getting higher and higher that he made this promise. He was now the next leader of the Everyday and Everyday sect, a role model for all the young disciples. But even so, convincing the master to give this treasure to an outsider was still a little difficult. Thank you, Pao. Pinliang said quickly. Okay, Liang bro, wait here for me, I'll go ask the master. With that, Naipeo walked out of the room. After about the time it took to brew a pot of tea, Naipeo came back, but not by himself this time. He came with a stern-looking middle-aged man. This man was Naipeo's master, the current leader of the Everyday and Everyday sect. Naipeo had somehow managed to convince the master of the Everyday and Everyday sect to give the golden cicada undergarment to Pinliang. Liang bro, this is my Shifu, the current head of the Everyday and Everyday sect, Pure Yang Sky Master. He's also the elder's last disciple. Naipeo introduced the man to Pinliang. Disciple Zhong Pingliang greets master. Zhong Pingliang wasn't stupid. He knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully when he heard the man's identity. Get up, since you're the boss of the common world, there's no need to be so polite. The master said faintly with a wave of his hand. Yes. Thank you, master. Pinliang quickly stood up and stood aside respectfully. This golden cicada undergarment was originally the sect treasure of my Everyday and Everyday sect, but I've already promised to give it to Naipeo. Now that Naipeo wants to give it to you, it's clear that you have an extraordinary position in Naipeo's heart. The sect master said, therefore, for the sake of Naipeo's face, I will accept you as an in-name disciple. Like this, you will have the title of Heavenly Venerate Pure Yang's disciple outside. I don't think those ordinary powers will dare to have any ideas about you. You have to know that an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Your disciple understands. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Zhong Pingliang was overjoyed and quickly bowed to his master. How could he not know that if he didn't have any backing and suddenly took out a good treasure, let alone those hidden houses, even a normal practitioner house would covet it? Now that he had the title of Heavenly Venerate Pure Yang's in-name disciple, anyone who dared to steal his treasure would be going against the Everyday and Everyday sect. That would be a huge crime. Normal houses wouldn't dare, hidden houses wouldn't dare, and ancient sects, even if they knew about this treasure, wouldn't dare to do anything to Zhong Pingliang because of their pride. Unless they met the archenemy of the Everyday and Everyday sect. But the archenemy of the Everyday and Everyday sect, other than Lin Yi, didn't have any. In the ancient world, if one wanted to become an enemy of the Everyday and Everyday sect, they would have to weigh their own strength first. Very well, said the sect leader. I'll bestow this golden cicada undergarment to you. In a moment, I'll give you a command medallion. It's a keepsake for being a disciple of the Everyday and Everyday sect. If anyone comes looking for trouble, you can show them your keepsake. Yes, your disciple understands. Zhong Pingliang quickly replied. Since you're here, you can stay here for a few days. Naipeo, cultivation requires a balance between work and rest. You can stay with Pingliang these few days. The sect master said with a wave of his hand. Since he had taken Zhong Pingliang in as an in-name disciple, he would naturally call him Pingliang. Bring him around our Everyday and Everyday sect. Yes, sect master. Naipeo said. These few days, Han Jingjing had been studying elixir refinement and elixir refinement. During the day, she would write and draw on her tablet, and at night, she would practice elixir refinement until midnight before going to bed. As a result, she would wake up with either rabbit eyes or panda eyes. Han Jingjing's hard work made Lin Yi very emotional as well. It seemed like her obsession with elixir refinement wasn't normal at all. These few days, the first thing Xinyan did when she saw Lin Yi in the classroom was to take off her jacket, unbutton her shirt, or put on a shirt with a wide collar. What surprised Lin Yi was that Xinyan didn't even seem to be wearing a bra. This made Lin Yi feel a little guilty. Lin Yi wanted to remind her a few times that not wearing a bra might affect the beauty of her chest, but he was too embarrassed to bring it up. At the end of the day, Xinyan was doing this so that her body fragrance could spread out more for Lin Yi's training. And so Lin Yi was grateful and helpless at the same time. He didn't want Xinyan to be affected because of him. Actually, you can wear a bra. Lin Yi couldn't help but remind her. It's already good enough, you don't have to do it anymore. I didn't. Xinyan blushed. It's just that the bra size was a little too small. I didn't buy a new one. Of course, Wang Xinyan wouldn't admit what she was trying to achieve by doing this. Haha, I know. Lin Yi said that, but he didn't know what he knew. The next day, however, Xinyan went back to wearing a bra, but under the jacket was a loose t-shirt. Perhaps this would allow the scent of her body to spread out better. Zhang Duopan and Fan Ganha, on the other hand, had temporarily disappeared. Bai Weituo went to ask around, but it wasn't that the two had stopped, but that they were in the hospital after being bitten by a lion. It was a bite, after all, and the two didn't really want to go to class. They had an excuse to skip school and rest for a few days, so why not? Chapter 2067. Every day after class, Coiling Tiger would leave the classroom with his two subordinates. In fact, it wasn't that Coiling Tiger wanted to let Lin Yi go, but he really didn't have any good ideas to deal with Lin Yi. He wanted to mess with Lin Yi, but he didn't have any good ideas, and he didn't have any good opportunities. Plus, he was busy concocting pills after school, trying to win the Hidden House Summit. Naturally, he didn't have time to deal with Lin Yi. During this period, Lin Yi was worried about Su Shihan. He gave her a call and asked if she met any criminals after she went back, but Su Shihan said that she was safe, and there were no suspicious people who attacked her. This made Lin Yi relax. In the blink of an eye, it was the 13th of this month, 2 days before the Hidden House Summit. The rules of the competition had been sent to all the hidden houses, and Lin Yi met Han Xiaopa as promised. This time, Han Xiaopa called after school. Lin Yi had already told Meng Yao, Yushu, and Han Jingjing about the Hidden House Summit, and that he might be away for a few days. For safety reasons, Lin Yi let them stay in the school dorm, not letting them go to school alone. Although, from the current situation, Lin Yi's enemies had basically all stopped, at least they didn't have any plans to deal with Lin Yi in the near future, so the miss and the others shouldn't be in danger, but staying in the school was safer. Boss. Han Xiaopa saw Lin Yi and waved at Lin Yi impatiently. He had been waiting for a long time in the parking lot of the school. You came. Lin Yi nodded and said, "Where are we going now?" "Boss, if you don't have anything to do, stay at my house tonight. Tomorrow is the registration day for the Hidden House Summit, and the competition will officially start the day after tomorrow. We need to study the rules of the competition in advance." Han Xiaopa said. "Are you worried about your strength?" Lin Yi smiled faintly as he glanced at Han Xiaopa. Actually, it would be a lie to say that I'm not worried. After all, there are less than 2 days left, and I'm so weak. If I really participate in the duos match, I'll definitely be a burden." Han Xiaopa didn't pretend to be fake as he spoke the truth. 2 days, that's enough. Lin Yi said casually. Han Xiaopa was slightly taken aback. He did not understand how Lin Yi could improve his strength in 2 days, but since he had already recognized Lin Yi as his boss, he should trust Lin Yi. Hence, he said, "I'll listen to you, boss. Let's go." "We'll go to your Hidden Han family first," Lin Yi said. "Okay, boss, please get in the car." Han Xiaopa was still driving the Mercedes-Benz S600. He respectfully opened the door and let Lin Yi in. Then, he sat in the driver's seat and started the car. As he drove, he said, "Boss, the ingredients for the Qi gathering pill have already been prepared. When you arrive at the Hidden Han family, you'll have it with both hands." "That's not urgent." Lin Yi actually didn't want to steal the Hidden Han family's treasure. It was just that Han Xiaopa was a little too impatient and wanted to prove his intentions, so he took out such a good thing. But since this thing was useful to Lin Yi, there was no reason for Lin Yi to reject it. The Hidden Han family's location was not in the city of Donghai City, but in the suburbs of Donghai City. At the edge of a small town in the suburbs of Donghai City, there was a very large manor. There was no sign or house number, but it had a very high wall. If one came here for the first time, they might even think that this was the location of a prison. In fact, this was also the first impression that this place gave to Lin Yi. The appearance of this manor was not eye-catching, and it was very low-key. Not many people would notice it, but this was the location of the Hidden Han family. This was Lin Yi's first time visiting a hidden family, so he was a little curious about the buildings here. So this was the so-called hidden family. It really was a family hidden in the city. However, in Lin Yi's memory, he had been to a hidden family once before, but he had no memory of the specific location. Could it be a dream? Han Xiaopa's car stopped at an inconspicuous entrance of this manor. Although this entrance was inconspicuous, a normal car would definitely not open the door so easily. It was probably because they saw Han Xiaopa's car through the security camera, so the manor's gate opened automatically. The security here is quite strict. This gate's design is not simple, Lin Yi said as he looked at the gate of the manor. With Lin Yi's experience and eyesight, not only could he see that the design of this gate was a little special, it should be anti-theft and anti-intrusion. "Oh. Boss, you know these things too." Han Xiaopa was a little surprised. The gate of the Hidden Han family was indeed designed by a professional security designer. It had anti-theft and anti-intrusion functions, and it could send out a warning signal if someone broke in or tried to pry open the door. It could also release a high voltage in an instant. Even a normal cultivator would not be able to withstand this high voltage. Unless it was someone who had a body that was impervious to weapons, water, and fire, such as the Golden Bell Shield and the Iron Shirt, they would be able to avoid this kind of injury. Therefore, this kind of security was not said to be lax. "I know a thing or two," Lin Yi said calmly. Although this gate looked relatively safe, Lin Yi had a way to deal with it, but Lin Yi did not say it out loud. Boss is really knowledgeable and multi-talented. Han Xiaopo was sincerely impressed. It's already very impressive for a normal cultivator to be able to cultivate wholeheartedly and have some achievements in the path of cultivation. But boss, not only do you know alchemy, you also know how to race, and you also know these security measures. It's really admirable, especially when your strength is not ordinary. After the car entered the gate, it did not take long before it came to a guard booth. This was where the hidden Han family's gate guards were located. Although the Mercedes-Benz license plate belonged to the hidden Han family, it could only pass the first level. For the second level, it still needed to be checked manually. Young Master Pa. However, after the gate guards walked over and saw that the person driving was Han Xiaopa, they immediately did not stop him. After greeting him respectfully, they opened the railing and let the car smoothly enter the hidden Han family's manor. It seems that your position in the hidden Han family is quite high. Lin Yi asked when he saw the gate guard's reaction. Chapter 2068. Since he had recognized Lin Yi as his boss, sometimes he had to show off his abilities and let Lin Yi know how capable he was. Outstanding descendants are the middle phase of the golden class. Lin Yi sighed. This hidden house Han really wasn't good enough. They had no foundation and only became a hidden house after unearthing an ancient ruin. No wonder so many hidden houses coveted them. In the end, they were just too weak. The descendants of the other hidden houses were all mystic or even earth class. Their golden class was already outstanding. They really couldn't compare. There's no other way. Han Xiaopa smiled bitterly. Our family doesn't have any teachers to guide us. Almost everyone in our family got their strength through taking pills and treasures. We didn't train ourselves. It's the same for my father's generation, and it's even more so for our generation. Although we also train, because we fumble around on our own, we always take the wrong path. Lin Yi looked at Han Xiaopa beside him, feeling like they were in the same boat. The hidden house Han had good pills and treasures, but they didn't have a master to guide them, and they were already in this state. He didn't have any pills or treasures, nor did he have a master to guide him. This was the difference between them. Fortunately, he had a good mental cultivation method and the determination to work hard. That was why he was able to keep up with the disciples of the hidden families and ancient sections. Otherwise, he would have been left behind thousands of miles away. Since there are pills, why didn't your father's generation and your generation just take them and level up to the earth class like your grandfather? Lin Yi asked. Grandfather is the head of the house, and the ancient ruin was discovered by him. Naturally, he has the priority to take the pills. Han Xiaopa explained. The family's pills are all given to grandfather first. But above the earth class, these pills aren't very useful, except for the qi gathering pill. But they're just ingredients and can't be refined. What about the others? Did your grandfather eat them all? Lin Yi nodded. The others naturally have some as well. Actually, in the ancient ruins that we've discovered, there are a lot of spirit gathering pills. However, even if there are a lot of them, we can't afford to use them like this. Han Xiaopa said, depending on your talent, a normal person would need around 10 soul-gathering pills to reach the peak of the late phase of the golden class. If you want to break through to the mystic class, you'll need 20 soul-gathering pills or 1 soul-gathering pill. So, there isn't enough. After listening to Han Xiaopa's explanation, Lin Yi understood a little. The spirit gathering pill was a yellow class level 1 pill, and a yellow class level 1 pill refiner could refine it. However, the spirit gathering pill was a yellow class level 2 pill refiner, and only a yellow class level 2 pill refiner could refine it. Moreover, the success rate was much lower than the spirit gathering pill, and the ingredients were much more precious. Therefore, the value of 20 spirit-gathering pills added together was not as much as one spirit-gathering pill. There were many hidden families with first-grade alchemists who wanted to use 20 or more spirit-gathering pills to exchange for a single spirit-gathering pill, but they had nowhere to go. Yeah, even if there's a lot, we can't afford to eat like this. My current strength is the result of eating 3 spirit-gathering pills, and that's considered a good talent. For those with poor talent, 3 spirit-gathering pills can only make them into the early phase of the golden class. Han Xiaopa said, "There are so many people in the family, and my parents spent a lot of spirit-gathering pills to become mystic, so there's not much left for the 3rd generation. Although it's enough for us juniors to enter the mystic class, it's too wasteful. Let's not talk about the future, but we have to think about the future generations. Can Mystic go from the Earth class to the Mystic class through pills as well?" Lin Yi asked. Yes, a master at the peak of the late phase of the Mystic class can enter the Earth class with 20 soul-gathering pills or 1 small qi-gathering pill. Han Xiaopa said, "Grandpa used a small qi-gathering pill to become an Earth class, but his strength hasn't improved much these years. Does your family have more of these pills?" Lin Yi wanted to cry after hearing Han Xiaopa's explanation. One could become an Earth class just by eating pills. The disciples of the ancient sects in hidden houses had too much of an advantage, didn't they? Of course, lesser qi-gathering pills were not common anymore, unless it was the Heavenly Elixir sect, which could be said to have them whenever they wanted, or those who were on good terms with the Heavenly Elixir sect could get their hands on a few. Other hidden families, or even ancient sects and ancient families, would have to pay a certain price to get their hands on one. This was enough to show how precious lesser qi-gathering pills were. "There's 2 more. Han Xiaopa only hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. "Boss, you want them? I can ask Grandpa for you." "I don't want them." Lin Yi smiled at Han Xiaopa's words, "They're for you to use." At this moment, Lin Yi completely acknowledged Han Xiaopa as a person. This kid treated him pretty well, and he didn't have any ulterior motives. If he was secretive, Lin Yi would have to reconsider his attitude towards him. But Han Xiaopa was willing to spill all of his family's secrets without holding back. It was enough to show his loyalty. Otherwise, if he didn't really want to be Lin Yi's follower, and these secrets were leaked, it would be enough to make their hidden house get destroyed even faster. Me? Han Xiaopa paused. "With my current strength, even if I eat a small qi-gathering pill, I can at most jump to the peak of the late phase of the golden class. It's a waste." Hee, you'll know when the time comes. Lin Yi didn't explain for now, but he sighed inwardly. If he'd known this Han Xiaopa earlier, why would he have eaten a qi-gathering pill? It was a waste of heavenly gifts. A small qi-gathering pill was enough. When he leveled up to the Earth class, wouldn't eating a qi-gathering pill increase his strength even more? But now, the situation was reversed. Eating a qi-gathering pill first, and then a small qi-gathering pill. It was completely useless. But then again, if Lin Yi wasn't an Earth class and was still stuck at the Mystic class, the hidden house of Han wouldn't have come looking for him. In fact, he would have died in the previous few confrontations. So Lin Yi only sighed and didn't regret it too much. Since Lin Yi didn't want to talk about it in detail, Han Xiaopa naturally didn't ask. He knew that when the time came, Lin Yi would say it. Chapter 2069. Han Tianba, on the other hand, had already received the news from the guards at the entrance. He was already waiting at the entrance of the meeting hall with a group of descendants. Han Tianba didn't dare to be careless with Lin Yi. Lin Yi was an existence that could easily kill an Earth-class late-phase master. It would be a piece of cake for him to destroy the entire hidden Han family. Han Tianba, on the other hand, was only an Earth-class early-phase peak. Han Xiaopa also saw his grandfather's group welcoming Lin Yi from afar. He paused for a moment but quickly understood his grandfather's intentions. The hidden Han family was going to make a big bet this time. Since they were going to give away the ingredients for the chi gathering pill, then they would tie the entire Han family's profits to Lin Yi's. Although Lin Yi had many enemies, no matter what, with Lin Yi's strong presence, the hidden Han family situation would be much better than before. Lin Yi had many enemies, but how many would actually dare to touch Lin Yi? The hidden Han family had become Lin Yi's men. If anyone wanted to touch the hidden Han family, they would have to ask Lin Yi's permission first. Seeing that the hidden Han family had such a big lineup, Lin Yi was a little surprised. He got off the car with Han Xiaope, and Han Tianba walked over. "Mr. Lin, your presence brings light to my humble home." Han Tianba smiled and cupped his fist at Lin Yi. "Don't be so polite, Mr. Han. Since Xiaope is my little brother, then he and I are of the same generation. It's not wrong for me to call you Grandpa Han." Lin Yi said. On the path of martial arts, it's all about the strong. We're not related by blood, so this seniority is only based on strength, not age. Han Tianba waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Lin, you can easily kill a late phase Earth class master, and I'm just a peak early phase Earth class master. It's not wrong for me to call Mr. Lin senior brother or senior brother. You're being too polite. Alright, it's up to you. I'll still call you Elder Han." Lin Yi did not force it. This was the rule of the cultivators. Lin Yi and Han Tianba were not related by blood, so it was not wrong to judge their seniority based on their strength. "Mr. Lin, I've already prepared a banquet in the meeting hall. I'm just waiting for Mr. Lin to take a seat." Han Tianba smiled and made an inviting gesture. "Xiaope, bring Mr. Lin to his table." "Yes, Grandpa." Han Xiaope's heart was extremely pleased at the moment. His grandfather's attitude couldn't be clearer, and he was Lin Yi's little brother. His status in the Han family was self-evident. Seeing Han Xiaochun's envious, jealous, and hateful gaze, Han Xiaope knew that he must be regretting missing out on a good opportunity to interact with Lin Yi. Lin Yi followed Han Xiaope into the meeting hall and saw that the banquet was already prepared. The cold dishes were already prepared, but the hot dishes had not yet been served. It was obvious that the dishes would only be served after Lin Yi and the others were seated. Lin Yi sat down. Only then did Han Tianba and the rest of the family take their seats. Han Xiaope sat on Lin Yi's left, and Han Tianba sat on Lin Yi's right. It was enough to show that Han Xiaope's current status was extraordinary. "Mr. Lin, welcome. Before the banquet begins, would you like to give the hidden Han family a lecture?" Han Tianba asked respectfully after he took his seat. "Lecture?" Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm not their elder or master. There's no need to lecture them. Besides, I'm not that difficult to talk to. Since they're all Xiaope's family, then do as you please." "Alright, since Mr. Lin says, then let's do as you please. Let's begin." Han Tianba waved at the disciples on the side, signaling them to start serving the dishes. The ingredients for the dishes were all prepared, and under Han Tianba's command, the chef started working. Very soon, the dishes were on the table. Although Han Tianba said that they could do as they please, no one dared to touch their chopsticks before Lin Yi. They only dared to eat after Lin Yi had a taste of each dish. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was really starving. He didn't hold back. He had to eat every day when he came back to the villa, so he just started eating. But, every time he ate, Lin Yi would think of Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao shouldn't be lacking food in the Ice Palace now, right? "Mr. Lin, on behalf of Hidden House Han, I propose a toast to you." Han Tianba raised his glass when he saw that Lin Yi was almost done eating. As for Lin Yi eating like a tornado, no one dared to say anything. This was the difference between strong and strong. People could only say that Lin Yi was generous when he saw Lin Yi like this. But if it was someone weaker, that person wouldn't know the rules. "Alright," Lin Yi replied faintly and raised his glass as well. As for Han Xiaopa, he poured himself a glass of wine and stood up as well. Mr. Lin, the fate of our hidden family lies in your hands during this hidden family summit. Han Tianba said. Xiaopa promised that you'll represent Hidden House Han in the competition, and no matter how much you win, it'll all be yours to use, including House Han's. Plus, after you win, you can choose some things you need from Hidden House Han's treasury. Han Tianba understood that he'd rather give all of these things to Lin Yi. Even if it was a bit more, it was better than giving it to the other hidden houses. If he gave it to Lin Yi would be able to protect them, but if he gave it to the other hidden houses, they'd only get greedier. With this sweet taste, there'd be all sorts of competitions, tests, summits, and social gatherings in the future. There would only be one goal, and that was to squeeze all the treasures from the ancient ruins dry. That way, not only would Hidden House Han be tired of dealing with the hidden houses, but their position among the hidden houses would also become weaker and weaker. They'd be bullied and bullied. Not only would they lose their position, but they'd also lose all their treasures. It'd be extremely difficult for them to make a comeback. But things were different if they gave the treasures to Lin Yi. With Lin Yi's reputation, the hidden houses wouldn't dare to do anything forceful. Even if Lin Yi only won the race, it didn't matter, because Hidden House Han had announced to the world that they were Lin Yi's men. After this, if they wanted to scam him again, they'd have to see if Lin Yi agreed to it. Chapter 2070. Alright, I'll look into the rules and events after dinner to see which ones to participate in. Lin Yi nodded. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Han Tianba said. After dinner, Lin Yi didn't talk much with Han Tianba. Instead, he asked Han Xiaopa to bring him to a place to rest and study the rules of the Hidden House Summit. Boss, are you satisfied with the environment here? Han Xiaopa asked carefully as he brought Lin Yi to the guest room. I'm not too particular about where I live. This place is good enough. From Lin Yi's point of view, this place was even better than his own villa. This must be a guest room that the Hidden House of Han would only use when they received their guests. Also, you don't have to be so careful in front of me. Since you're my follower, you should be more easygoing. I'll introduce you to my other followers in the future. Okay, boss. Han Xiaopa nodded, but he probably wouldn't be able to let it go so easily. Alright, let's talk about the Hidden House Summit first. What are the events? Lin Yi asked. Yes, boss. I'll tell you about the competition now. As Han Xiaopa spoke, he took out a document and said, these are the rules and regulations jointly issued by the elder families of the Hidden House Summit. Elder families? Lin Yi snorted coldly. Setting up events that are beneficial to them. Ugh, you could say that, but they wouldn't dare to go too far. It's just that our Hidden House of Han is too weak. The events they choose don't have an absolute advantage. Han Xiaopa said with a bitter smile. Lin Yi nodded. Han Xiaopa's words made sense, but the problem was that the Hidden House Hans really didn't have the strength to compete with the other hidden houses. Even if they were against you, you had to be strong in some way, as long as you weren't too weak. This racing competition is definitely going to happen. The rules of the Hidden House Summit also mentioned this competition. The car for the competition has already been confirmed. It is indeed the Jetta that I heard about, Han Xiaopa said. Okay, any car is the same, Lin Yi said calmly. As long as everyone is using the same car, I have confidence in winning. Great. After Han Xiaopa heard Lin Yi's promise, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi hadn't given him an exact promise before, so Han Xiaopa wasn't sure if Lin Yi could win. Until now, when Lin Yi told him in a very certain tone that he could win, he would definitely win. What about the others? Lin Yi asked. There are also martial arts competitions, individual endurance competitions, individual fighting competitions, hidden weapon dodging competitions, individual arena competitions, duo arena competitions, alchemy competitions, poison identification competitions, and so on. Han Xiaopa said. But the details of the competitions haven't been released yet. At present, we only know these names. Lin Yi nodded. Although the details of these competitions were not out yet, he could basically understand the content of these competitions from the words. These hidden houses didn't deliberately target the hidden house Han. It was just that the hidden house Han really couldn't do it. There wasn't a single expert in these competitions. If he didn't participate, the final result would probably be a complete loss. These competitions, do we still have to place bets even if we don't participate? Lin Yi asked. Of course we have to place bets, Han Xiaopa said. These are the rules of the competition. Even if we forfeit, we still have to place bets. Seems like they are really targeting you guys. Lin Yi said. These competitions, when the details are out, I will look into it. If possible, I will register for a few more. But now it seems like we have a chance of winning the individual arena competition. Lin Yi didn't go too far with his words. He might be able to win the other matches, but he wasn't sure if he'd have an advantage in any of them before the details were out. Still, he could give the single arena a try. If there weren't too strong of an opponent, winning shouldn't be too much of a problem. Great! Boss, you are awesome! Han Xiaopa slapped his thigh and shouted excitedly. This way, our hidden house Han has a chance of winning 2 competitions. This way, we won't lose too much in this hidden house summit. At the very least, when others try to scheme against us in the future, they will have to think about whether or not it'll be a thankless effort. Han Xiaopa was right. If this competition was specifically targeted at the hidden family of Han, then every hidden family would choose a competition that they had an advantage in. However, if the hidden family of Han won 2 rounds in a row, then 2 hidden families would be at a disadvantage. Then, the next time they schemed against the hidden house Han, these 2 hidden houses wouldn't be so proactive. When that time came, they probably wouldn't participate. Didn't you want to be the champion of the duo arena competition? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Yeah, but my strength. Han Xiaopa thought about his own strength and shook his head. There's only 1 day left. The Hidden House Summit is the day after tomorrow. No matter how hard I try, I can't be on par with boss. Go get that little chi gathering pill, Lin Yi said. Oh. Now? Han Xiaopa froze when he heard Lin Yi's non-committal question. Yes, now. Lin Yi nodded. This. Okay. Although Han Xiaopa was a little suspicious as to why Lin Yi wanted him to get the pill now, he still stood up and left the room. After walking for a while, Han Xiaopa saw Han Tianba's figure. Xiaopa. Han Tianba quickly walked up to him. How is it? How many competitions did Mr. Lin agree to participate in? Do you have a chance of winning? Grandpa, boss agreed to participate in the racing and single arena competitions, Han Xiaopa said. Han Xiaopa said, the racer boss said he's confident of winning, and he also has a chance of winning the single elimination tournament. Good, that's great. Han Tianba said happily. This is already beyond our expectations. If we can win in both competitions, then the 2 hidden houses that schemed against us will be at a disadvantage. When that happens, they won't be able to split the spoils evenly. Let's see if they still want to deal with us in the future. Yes, that's right. Han Xiaopa said. And with boss participating, they'll be a little more cautious in the future. That's right. Han Tianba nodded. He then remembered to ask Han Xiaopa, why did you come out now? Don't you want to spend more time with Mr. Lin? Chapter 2071. Small Chi Gathering Pill. Han Tianba paused. What do you want a small Chi Gathering Pill for at this time? I don't know, but boss must have his reasons, Han Xiaopa said. Alright, come with me. Han Tianba said, bring the materials for the Qi gathering pill to Mr. Lin as well. Han Xiaopa nodded and followed Han Tianba to the hidden Han family's treasure vault. The hidden Han family's treasure vault was located in the most secretive place in the entire Han family's manor. Its security was no less than that of a large bank's vault. Other than a password and key, it could only be opened with Han Tianba's fingerprint. After entering the treasure vault, Han Tianba didn't linger. He took out the materials for the Qi gathering pill and a small Qi gathering pill and gave them to Han Xiaopa. Everything is here. Bring them to Mr. Lin. I won't be going. I'll sort out some treasures for the Hidden House Summit. Yes, Grandpa. Han Xiaopa nodded and carefully carried the sealed bag and the pill box to Lin Yi's room. After returning to Lin Yi's room, Han Xiaopa placed the two items on the table in front of Lin Yi. You're back. What's this? Lin Yi asked when he saw Han Xiaopa bring two items. These are the materials for the Qi gathering pill. Han Xiaopa pointed at the sealed bag, then at the pill box, saying, inside is the small Qi gathering pill. Oh. Lin Yi nodded, you brought the materials for the Qi gathering pill too. Yes, since I promised boss, of course I had to bring them. Han Xiaopa said. All right. Lin Yi opened the sealed bag and looked inside. It really was the materials for the Qi gathering pill. Lin Yi had the recipe for the Qi gathering pill, so Lin Yi naturally remembered what was written on it. These materials were roughly enough to refine about 5 Qi gathering pills. Lin Yi did not stand on ceremony and immediately put them away. He did not even bother to examine the small Qi gathering pill. Instead, he pointed at Han Xiaopa and said, You, sit over here. Yes. Han Xiaopa didn't know what Lin Yi wanted to do, but she still sat down respectfully beside Lin Yi's sofa. In a while, don't mention what I'm going to do to anyone, including your grandfather. Lin Yi said, can you do this? Yes. Han Xiaopa nodded without hesitation. He had a premonition that the reason why Lin Yi had asked him to bring the pill was definitely not simple. There had to be something inside that he didn't know. Perhaps Lin Yi could activate the effect of the pill and allow him to go from the middle phase of the golden class to the early phase of the mystic class. No, the early phase of the mystic class was a bit of a waste. Could it be the middle phase of the mystic class? Alright, give me your hands and start channeling your cultivation method at full force. Lin Yi said. Oh. Full force. Now. Han Xiaopa was slightly taken aback. Yes. Lin Yi said, when I say start, you start. Oh, okay. Han Xiaopa was even more confused, but he still nodded in agreement. Lin Yi grabbed Han Xiaopa's hands and buckled his pulse. Then, he channeled the second stage of the art of dragon mastery and said, you can start now. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, Han Xiaopa started channeling his Nigong. In a split second, a wave of pure true qi was transferred from Lin Yi to Han Xiaopa's arm through the meridians. Han Xiaopa was shocked and horrified. However, even though Han Xiaopa was shocked, he didn't stop. He followed Lin Yi's instructions and channeled his Nigong at full force. In the next moment, Han Xiaopa felt an overwhelming amount of true qi rush into his body. It was as if this true qi was tailor-made for him. As long as he channeled the Nigong and absorbed it into his body, his strength would increase at a speed that he could feel. Although Han Xiaopa didn't know how Lin Yi did it, he knew that Lin Yi must have given him some benefits. The second stage of the art of dragon mastery was much faster than the first stage. Han Xiaopa was a middle phase of the golden class, but his strength was rapidly increased by Lin Yi. Peak of the middle phase of the golden class, late phase of the golden class, peak of the late phase of the golden class. Full completion of the late phase of the golden class, straight to the mystic class. This was the second time that Lin Yi leveled up a golden class to the mystic class without any hindrance. There was no sense of a barrier between levels. Han Jingjing was like this before, and now Han Xiaopo was the same. Was there a connection? If there was a connection between these two, it would be that they both had the surname Han. However, Lin Yi was more inclined to think that this was the effect of the second stage of the art of dragon mastery. When helping people level up with the first stage of the art of dragon mastery, whether it was in terms of speed or level barrier, it was not as refreshing as the second stage. Before, Lin Yi thought that Han Jingjing's auxiliary alchemist art didn't have a level barrier, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. It was just that compared to the second stage of the art of dragon mastery, there was no barrier. Han Xiaopo was surprised to feel his strength skyrocketing. From the golden class to the early phase of the mystic class, and that wasn't all. After reaching the mystic class, his strength was still increasing. Could it be that this was the legendary skill transfer? But at this time, Han Xiaopo didn't dare to question it. He only thought about it in his heart, his whole body still focused on absorbing the pure qi that Lin Yi was transferring to him. Mystic late phase, peak of the late phase. Mystic late phase full circle, only one step away from the earth class. At this time, the pure qi transfer from Lin Yi's side came to an abrupt stop. Alright, that's enough. Take this little qi gathering pill. After that, you'll be in early phase of the earth class. Lin Yi pointed at the small qi gathering pill on the table. He was a little envious of Han Xiaopo's luck. It was extremely difficult for Lin Yi to break through himself, but it was easy for him to help others. Alright. Han Xiaopo had a lot of questions in his heart, but since Lin Yi told him to take the pill now, he took it without hesitation. After that, a wave of pure energy spread in his abdomen. This wasn't the first time Han Xiaopo had taken a pill. He quickly closed his eyes and activated his Nigong, trying his best to dissolve this pure energy. Lin Yi didn't disturb him, but sat on the side to protect him. Chapter 2072. Plus, this pill was only useful when a mystic late phase peak was about to break through to the earth class. The effect wouldn't be as great after reaching the earth class, and the increase in strength would be very limited. So it was better to let Han Xiaopo take it now. The effect of the lesser qi gathering pill wasn't as strong as the qi gathering pill, but Lin Yi had experienced it when he broke through from mystic late phase peak to the earth class. That kind of torment was very painful for any practitioner, and Han Xiaopo wasn't any better. But Lin Yi believed that this bit of difficulty was nothing to Han Xiaopo. If he couldn't even get through this pain, then he'd have no future. When the qi around Han Xiaopo thinned out, Lin Yi knew that Han Xiaopo had completed his breakthrough. He was officially an Earth Class Early Phase Master, stepping into the ranks of practitioners. As expected, Han Xiaopo opened his eyes, surprised and happy. He reached out his hands in disbelief. Boss, I'm an Earth Class Early Phase Master now. Earth Class Early Phase, of course. Lin Yi nodded calmly. This is amazing. Han Xiaopo still felt like he was in a dream. Boss, is this the legendary transfer of strength? You can think of it that way. Lin Yi said. But remember, don't tell anyone about this. I know. Han Xiaopo nodded. Even if Grandpa asks, I won't say anything. In actuality, Han Xiaopo had gathered a large amount of qi around him when he broke through. This was the difference between his breakthrough and Lin Yi's transfer of strength. When Lin Yi transferred strength, he would use the qi, unless he used compressed qi to help someone break through. Normally, he wouldn't use qi when he helped someone break through. The spiritual energy that Han Xiaopo had mobilized naturally attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the hidden Han family, especially Old Man Han, Han Tianba. However, Han Tianba rationally told his family not to disturb or ask about it. Regardless of whether it was Lin Yi or Han Xiaopo who broke through, it would be beneficial to the hidden Han family, so why bother asking about it? As long as you don't speak nonsense, you'll be rewarded in the future. Earth class late phase peak and sky class is not impossible. Lin Yi said faintly, this is the benefit of being my follower. Yes, boss. Han Xiaopa's eyes were burning with passion. Earth class late phase peak. Or even heaven rank. This was a realm that Han Xiaopa could only dream of reaching in the past. Now, it was no longer so unreachable. Above the Earth class, the only pill that can be taken is the Qi gathering pill, but even I can't refine it now, let alone your family. Lin Yi said faintly, your aptitude isn't very good, so there's no point in continuing to cultivate by yourself. I don't think you'll make any progress, so if you have the time, you'd better study martial skills. As for your strength, when I reach a higher realm, I'll help you increase it again. Lin Yi didn't directly explain that his improved strength could no longer absorb heaven and earth qi through his own cultivation, but from the fact that Han Xiaopa was still able to use the qi gathering pill, it was clear that the energy from the pill was still very effective for practitioners like Lin Yi. Lin Yi himself was also an example. Yes. Han Xiaopa naturally believed whatever Lin Yi said. He didn't doubt Lin Yi's words at all. If his aptitude was good, would he still be in the middle phase of the golden class? So what Lin Yi told him was priceless advice. If he wanted Han Xiaopa to study martial skills, then he would study martial skills. As for the matter of increasing his strength, that would be left to Lin Yi. But Han Xiaopa was a little surprised. Even if Lin Yi could impart his strength, where did Lin Yi's pure qi come from? Why did it look like Lin Yi wasn't affected in any way? Or was he still as spirited as ever, without the slightest bit of pure qi loss? You'll study the techniques tomorrow. You'll be on the stage with me during the double arena. Lin Yi said. You just need to protect yourself, I'll take care of the enemy. Okay, boss. I won't let you down. Han Xiaopa was surprised and happy. If the hidden house of Han were to win another match, then it would be even more of a deterrent to those hidden families who were plotting against the hidden house of Han. They would be shooting themselves in the foot. Then which hidden house do you think is stronger in the duel? Lin Yi asked. I think this match is designed for the hidden house of Zhuang. Han Xiaopa said. I heard that the two brothers from the hidden house of Zhuang have been training hard ever since they came back from the Ice Palace trial. They've also taken some spiritual medicine, and their strength has increased to mid and peak earth class. Plus, their martial skills complement each other, so their chances of winning are very high. Oh. Niao Zhuang. Lin Yi, naturally, knew about the hidden house of Zhuang. These two had been kissing Naipeo's ass during the Ice Palace trial, but when Lin Yi crippled Naipeo, they were begging for mercy and calling him Masterling. It was only natural that Lin Yi had some impression of these two pieces of trash. That's right. Han Xiaopa nodded. Boss, you've heard of them. I've heard of them, but I didn't think that their strength would have increased so much. Lin Yi said with a sigh. Not at first, but I heard that the hidden house of Zhuang bought 2 qi gathering pills from the hidden house of Tang at a high price. Plus, the two brothers took a lot of spiritual medicine, so their strength increased by leaps and bounds. Han Xiaopa explained. Hidden house of Tang. Lin Yi frowned. The name sounded familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere before, but it didn't seem like he had anything to do with it. That's right, it's a hidden house as well. I heard that their ancestor was a disciple of the Tang sect, and they're experts in hidden weapons and poison. Han Xiaopa explained. I'm afraid that this hidden weapon evasion match will be won by the hidden house of Tang. I don't know how the hidden house Zhuang managed to get the hidden house Tang to sell them 2 little qi gathering pills. Lin Yi was a little surprised. These little qi gathering pills had to be very precious. Chapter 2073. Needless to say, Han Xiaopa was a very smart person. His guess was not far from the truth. This time, the Hidden House's conspiracy against the Hidden House of Han was indeed for the Hidden House of Yu and the Hidden House of Tang to monopolize all 3 rounds, and the price they had to pay was to give each of the other houses some pills. Identifying poison. Although this is a bit difficult, I'll reluctantly take it. Lin Yi laughed coldly and said, small chi gathering pills, let them give it up for nothing. Ha! No way, boss, you're good at poison too. Han Xiaopo was surprised. I'm even better at detoxification. Lin Yi shrugged. Actually, I have another identity. I'm a doctor. Ha, boss, you're too awesome. You're an all-rounder. Han Xiaopo said excitedly, it seems like there's nothing you can't do. This is great, our Hidden House of Han is going to be awesome. Those hidden houses can go to hell. Don't be too happy yet. You're already an Earth-class master. Tomorrow. It should be today. Choose a martial art to cultivate. Since your Hidden House of Han found the ancient ruins, there must be a lot of martial arts. Lin Yi said. It was already the morning of the 2nd day. Both of them were practitioners, so they weren't sleepy. Although Han Xiaopo didn't have the jade cultivation space to replenish his energy, he had just broken through, so he was full of energy. Then let's go now. Boss, you can give me some advice on what martial arts I should learn. Han Xiaopo said, I'll go find Grandpa now and ask him to bring us to the treasure vault. That's good. I'd like to see your collection of martial arts. Lin Yi didn't hide his intentions. Alright, if there's something suitable for you, boss, you can make a copy. Han Xiaopo didn't mind at all, as if it was supposed to be for Lin Yi to see. As they spoke, they walked out of the room and headed towards Elder Han's residence. Today was destined to be a sleepless night. Although Elder Han had returned to his room, he didn't sleep. Instead, he closed his eyes and fantasized about how the Hidden House of Han would amaze everyone during the Hidden House Summit. They would make those who coveted the Hidden House look at them in a different light and regret their decision. Xiaopo, the hope of the Han family rests on your shoulders. Han Tianba took a deep breath and sighed. I hope your judgment is accurate. Lin Yi will not disappoint us. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Han Tianba was slightly stunned. Who would come to visit at this time? It was the wee hours of the morning, so theoretically, no one should have come. However, Han Tianba did not dare to neglect it. He got up and went to the door, asking, Who is it? Grandpa, it's me, Xiaopo and boss. Han Xiaopo said. Hearing that it was Han Xiaopo and Lin Yi, Han Tianba hurriedly opened the door and said, Mr. Lin, Xiaopo, why are you looking for me at this time? Grandpa, what do you think of my current strength? Han Xiaopo was a young man after all. When he saw Han Tianba, he was a little impatient. Han Tianba was not Lin Yi. He did not have the golden finger that could tell someone's strength at a glance, so he was slightly stunned. He could not see anything special about Han Xiaopo. Xiaopo, what is your current strength? Grandpa, please take a look. Han Xiaopo chuckled and began to circulate his inner force. Although Han Tianba was prepared for Han Xiaopo to activate his inner force as soon as he saw Han Xiaopo, he knew that Han Xiaopo's strength would increase. After all, as long as one was a cultivator, their strength would increase regardless of their aptitude. But how much could one improve in one night? It was only because of the pill, so Han Tianba did not pay much attention to it. With Lin Yi beside him, he could not say much. He only smiled at Han Xiaopo. But when Han Xiaopo started to circulate his inner force, Han Tianba's expression changed from indifference to shock. He looked at his grandson in disbelief. Yes, unbelievable. Han Tianba thought that he was still in a dream. Early Earth class. Han Xiaopo's strength was actually early Earth class. Han Tianba did not think that Han Xiaopo could become an Earth class master overnight. Not to mention a small chi-gathering pill. Even if there were 10, it was hard to say whether or not Han Xiaopa could become an early Earth class. How big of a leap was this? But, Xiaopa, you're early Earth class. Han Tianba was the head of the house after all. He quickly realized that he was not dreaming. The truth was right in front of him. He could clearly feel Han Xiaopa's strength. Yes, Grandpa. Han Xiaopa nodded proudly. This is all thanks to Boss. This. Mr. Lin, I did not expect you to be so powerful. This old man, thank you. Han Tianba was pleasantly surprised. He bowed to Lin Yi. The Han family had one more Earth-class master. This was the best thing in the world. Especially before the Hidden House Summit. This was something to be excited about. It's nothing. I am an alchemist. Lin Yi said calmly. The things that Elder Han gave me are more than enough to make up for the value of these pills. Lin Yi was misleading Han Tianba on purpose, making him think that he had given Han Xiaopa a lot of elixirs to increase his strength, and that the little chi-gathering pill was the final nail in the coffin. How is it, Grandpa? Boss is amazing, right? Han Xiaopa said proudly. Amazing. Old man Han laughed heartily. If that's the case, then we should have a chance of winning the duel. Although the Hidden Han family gave Lin Yi a lot of things, adding them up was more than the pills that could increase Han Xiaopa's strength from Golden Class mid-phase to Mystic Class late-phase peak. There was a saying that there was no market for it. Although the pills were not as valuable as the colored steel and the chi-gathering pill, you couldn't buy them. Whether it was the Sky Elixir sect, the Hidden House of You, or the Hidden Houses and ancient sects with alchemists, none of them would sell the Hidden Han family pills to you. They wouldn't even sell the most common spirit-gathering pill to you. No matter how much money you had, it was useless. People were trying to stop the Hidden Han family's development. These pills that could increase one's strength were naturally not something that could be exchanged for money. The materials for the colored steel and the chi-gathering pill were precious, but to be honest, they were useless to the Hidden Han family. It would be a disaster if people found out about it. They might as well give them to Lin Yi. If the Hidden Han family was done for, then they wouldn't be able to keep anything good. Chapter 2074. That's great. Han Tianba nodded excitedly. By the way, Xiaopa, why are you looking for me now? Is there anything important? Grandpa, Boss asked me to choose a martial technique. Han Xiaopa said. Grandpa, please bring us to the library. Alright, we'll go now. Mr. Lin can give you some advice on what kind of martial technique is best. Han Tianba nodded. Han Tianba didn't mind letting Lin Yi have a look at the good stuff in the treasury. He could tell that Lin Yi wasn't a greedy person. Other than the colored steel, which Lin Yi wanted, Lin Yi didn't ask for anything else. The only materials for the chi-gathering pill were given to him by the Hidden House Han. Lin Yi, naturally, was interested in the Hidden House Han's treasury. It wasn't the treasures, but the manuals. The Hidden House Han had found an ancient ruin, and there might be some special manuals in there. For example, Feng Nitian, Zhang Naipeo. It seemed that every ancient sect had an extremely powerful practitioner's arts or arts in their ruins. Lin Yi wanted to see if the Hidden House Han had something like that as well. The three of them arrived at the treasury together. There were 2 doors here. One was where the treasures were stored, and the other was naturally the scripture pavilion. This place stored the original copies of the mental cultivation techniques and martial techniques that the Han clan had discovered in the ancient ruins. Mr. Lin, this is the treasury, and that's the scripture library. Where should we go first? Han Tianba asked. Let's go straight to the scripture library. Lin Yi didn't need any other treasures, but he was looking forward to the scripture library. All right. Han Tianba nodded approvingly. It seemed that his guess was right. Lin Yi wasn't a greedy person. He wouldn't ask for an endless amount of things. He took out the key, passed the password and fingerprint verification, and opened the scripture library. However, upon entering, Lin Yi was very disappointed. In Lin Yi's mind, the scripture library was at least like a bookstore. There were many bookshelves filled with all sorts of practitioners' arts and martial techniques. What he saw now was a stone table with a few boxes on it. There were less than 10 of them. This is the scripture library. Lin Yi looked at the room in shock, speechless. Mr. Lin, this is the hidden house of Han's scripture depository. It is simple and crude, and there are very few secret manuals. Our hidden house of Han's resources are too scarce. Han Tianba smiled bitterly. These are the secret manuals of an entire sect. They are all here, a sect only has these few manuals. Lin Yi was shocked. The real big sects are very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. If you don't have the right physique and aptitude, you won't be able to enter these ancient sects to train. Moreover, these ancient sects don't have many cultivation methods and martial skills, so it's normal. Han Tianba explained. Oh. Lin Yi, on the other hand, nodded as he thought about the ice palace. Everyone practiced an ice practitioner's arts, and their techniques were probably similar as well. Inner disciples weren't randomly accepted either, so it was probably similar to the sects from the ancient ruins. However, Lin Yi was a little confused. Do the other hidden houses have so little cultivation materials? Not really. Han Tianba shook his head. Our hidden Han family's cultivation methods and martial techniques all come from the ancient ruins. The other hidden houses, on the other hand, get most of them from trading or buying. Some of them are copied from the ancient sects and ancient families that they're on good terms with. These hidden houses have much more history and resources than us. I see. Lin Yi nodded. It must have been hard on you guys to be able to train so well with just these few arts and techniques. Although there's the effect of the medicine, it's all thanks to your hard work. Maybe the heavens are blessing us to hide our Han family's bloodline and physique. It's perfect for us to cultivate the Heart Sutra in the ancient ruins. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do anything with these treasures. Han Tianba said. Moreover, how many Heart Sutras do we have? There's only one. Among these books, there's only one cultivation method, the rest are all martial techniques. Han Tianba's answer impressed Lin Yi even more. Only one cultivation method, and these people were still able to train in it. It was enough to show how lucky the hidden Han family was. If I'm not wrong, Xiaopo's cultivation method should be of the wood element, right? Lin Yi said. Yes, it is of the wood element. Han Tianba nodded. What martial technique does Elder Han train in? Lin Yi asked. I'm ashamed, this old man trains in a very common wood element martial technique called firewood chopping art. Han Tianba said, this is the simplest of all the martial techniques, but even so, this old man can only use the first two forms. I can't use the rest. Oh. Lin Yi was startled. Han Tianba was a mid-earth class master, the same as the black-clothed man who attacked Su Shihan. In theory, Han Tianba could use at least 3 forms, and the black-clothed man could use the 4th form. There's no one to guide me, this old man has to rely on himself. Plus, I'm not very talented, so... Han Tianba said with some shame. Lin Yi nodded. Lin Yi knew this feeling very well. If it wasn't for the support martial technique and Faubert's guidance, his raging fire fist wouldn't have had much success, let alone fighting against the black-clothed man. Let me see these martial techniques. Lin Yi walked over and looked at the names of the martial techniques on the wooden boxes. This is the martial technique we train in, called Wood Spirit Technique. Han Tianba pointed to the wooden box on the side and said, and from this second box onwards are the martial techniques. According to the strength of the martial techniques, they are arranged from left to right. This second box is the weakest, and it's also the one I train in firewood chopping art. At this point, Han Tianba sighed in shame. Even without the guidance of a master, he can still train in martial techniques. Elder Han, there's no need to belittle yourself. Lin Yi said with a wave of his hand. Ha, Mr. Lin is too kind. Han Tianba said, according to Mr. Lin, which martial technique should Han Xiaopa train in? Chapter 2075. Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Mod Lols 123. Lin Yi practiced the second stage of the art of dragon mastery. Could he also practice other skills besides the Frenzy Fist? Would he be a genius like the Frenzy Fire Fist? Lin Yi was looking forward to it. Since it was an all-purpose skill, learning other skills should be a piece of cake. If Lin Yi could practice it himself, he could personally teach Han Xiaopa so he wouldn't have to take the wrong path. Of course, if Lin Yi couldn't practice this skill, then he probably couldn't practice the lowest level, chopping firewood. After all, this was a wood-based skill, and Lin Yi had practiced a fire-based skill before. Although Lin Yi didn't know what type of skill the art of dragon mastery belonged to, if he could practice a fire-based skill, then it should be a fire-based skill. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility of accidents. After all, the art of dragon mastery was known as an all-purpose skill. It couldn't be measured by common sense. This last one isn't a skill. Han Tianba smiled bitterly when he saw Lin Yi pointing at the last box. Not a skill. Then what is it? Lin Yi was taken aback. This is a book related to blacksmithing. Han Tianba said. However, I heard that blacksmithing was a profession from the ancient times. It's extinct now, blacksmithing. Lin Yi's eyes twitched. This hidden Han family really had a lot of good stuff. They even had a book on blacksmithing. That's right. This is also the most precious book that we found in the ancient remnant. However, with this old man's aptitude, I'm still unable to understand it. Furthermore, I don't possess the physique and abilities mentioned in the book. Can I have a look? Lin Yi asked, tempted. Of course. Mr. Lin, you can read any of the books here. Han Tianba said without hesitation. However, I'm afraid that the blacksmith's book won't be of much use. It is said that one must cultivate two elements at the same time. Only those who cultivate two elements at the same time can learn it. Oh. Lin Yi slowly opened the last wooden box. A thread-bound ancient book came into view. On the cover, the words, "Incomplete Scroll of the Art of Mending," were written. Lin Yi carefully took out the ancient book and flipped through it. Sure enough, there was an introduction to this ancient book at the beginning of the scroll. This was indeed a book related to blacksmiths, but it wasn't meant for blacksmiths to use. According to the introduction, blacksmiths had to cultivate metal, wood, and fire at the same time in order to become blacksmiths. The profession introduced in this book was not blacksmithing, but rather, it had the same origin as blacksmithing. It was called tool mender. As long as a tool mender cultivated both metal wood and metal mental cultivation methods at the same time, it would be enough. The so-called mending master was someone who couldn't forge their own divine weapons, but they could repair damaged divine weapons. For example, a third-grade cauldron damaged during alchemy, an ancient weapon damaged during a war, and so on. They could all be repaired using the method taught in this book. Of course, tool menders were the same as alchemists. They were also divided into first grade, second grade, third grade, and even higher. However, the reason why this incomplete scroll of the art of mending was called an incomplete scroll was because it only mentioned the repair methods of first grade to third grade magical weapons. As for third grade magical weapons and above, it didn't mention anything. It was not that there was no such method, it was just that this book didn't mention it. Similar to alchemists, tool menders also consumed a lot of true qi and physical strength. Moreover, it was very difficult to cultivate two mental cultivation methods at the same time. Let's not talk about whether or not one could successfully cultivate it. Even if one succeeded, it might not be possible to cultivate both mental cultivation methods to a certain level. Moreover, even if one cultivated to a certain level, there was still the risk of going berserk. Therefore, even in ancient times, the status of tool mender and tool mender was very respected. They were both positions that could only be held by geniuses. If he couldn't practice alchemy, could he be a tool mender? Lin Yi was somewhat interested in the incomplete scroll of the art of mending. However, Lin Yi had never seen any magical weapons. He hadn't even seen a third-grade medicinal cauldron. Would it be a waste of time to learn the art of mending? In any case, since Lin Yi saw it and was interested, he wouldn't let it go easily. So, he said, Elder Han, I wonder if I can make a copy. Haha, of course, no problem. Han Tianba said, you can make a copy and keep the copy. You can even take the original. That's not necessary. No matter how thick-skinned Lin Yi was, he wouldn't steal the original. Besides, there was no difference between the original and the copy. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a copy. The most important thing now was to help Han Xiaopa choose a set of martial arts. So, Lin Yi pointed to the second last box and said, since that's related to tool casting, how about this one? This. Han Tianba's face was slightly awkward, but he still said, this. I'm afraid not. This one also won't work. Lin Yi was stunned. Is this not a martial arts skill, but something else? This is a martial arts skill, but it's not a normal martial arts skill. Han Tianba nodded. He had seen everything in the library once, so he understood every single one of them. Not a normal martial arts skill. Lin Yi asked curiously, what do you mean by not normal? Although this is the highest level martial arts skill in the ancient ruins, it's a support-type martial arts skill. Han Tianba said. A support-type martial arts skill. Lin Yi suddenly thought of the omnipotent martial arts skill that went with the art of dragon mastery. Was it a support-type martial arts skill? Could it be that the hidden Han family had something similar? Yes, according to this old man's research, this is a replenishment-type martial arts skill. It can replenish energy and true qi for the people around you, but it completely consumes the user's strength and true qi. It can be said to be a martial arts skill that burns oneself to illuminate others. Han Tianba said, although this martial arts skill can play a big role in a critical moment, it is useless during normal battles. Who would have nothing better to do to cultivate a martial arts skill that sacrifices themselves to help others? Unless it's a big ancient sect that trained a group of disciples who specialized in sacrificing their true qi to help their teammates when fighting against other sects. Chapter 2076. Recover. They've been cultivating for decades just for one burst of power. It's going to take a long time for them to recover. Han Tianba smiled bitterly. Moreover, these disciples are getting old. It's hard to say whether they'll be able to cultivate as fast as they used to. To put it bluntly, many disciples who used this technique died on the spot due to overexertion of their physical strength. Lin Yi sighed. This was a strange skill, but if it were a big sect, they'd raise a group of loyal loyalists to the sect. These people could be used in critical moments against other core disciples, when their own side was exhausted. They'd be able to turn defeat into victory at the cost of their own lives. However, Lin Yi was wondering if he could use the energy in the jade space to replenish his energy after the battle. Elder Han, I'd like to make a copy of this technique. Lin Yi said. Oh. Mr. Lin is interested in such a useless technique. Han Tianba was taken aback, but he did not object. If Mr. Lin is willing to study it, feel free to make a copy. But as for cultivating it, forget it. I don't think this technique has much use. I'm just studying it. Lin Yi said. That's good. I'll make a copy for Mr. Lin later, as well as the incomplete scroll on the way of artifact mending. Han Tianba said. Thank you very much. Lin Yi nodded. The third last box should be a normal technique, right? Of course it is. Han Tianba nodded. This technique is also the most powerful one out of all of them. It's called 1,000 Transformations of the Forest of Wood. 1,000 Transformations of the Forest of Wood. Lin Yi heard the name of the technique and was confused. What kind of technique is this? Forest of Wood. Literally, it means more and more. Han Tianba said. The higher the level of this technique, the more powerful it becomes. But the first few techniques are just the basics. Oh. What do you mean? Lin Yi asked. The first form of the 1,000 Transformations of the Woods only increases the power of the fist, but the second form can transform one fist into two fists, one real and one fake, making it difficult for the opponent to distinguish which fist is the real one. The same goes for the third form, which can transform into 3 fists, all the way to the 10th form, which can transform into 10 fists. From the 11th form onwards, it's not just the fist, but the entire person. One person can turn into 2 people. The 12th form can turn into 2 people, and so on. Han Tianba explained. This martial skill is quite powerful. Lin Yi nodded. Based on the name, this martial skill might be slightly weaker in terms of power. However, after learning it, it could be used to launch a surprise attack on the enemy, achieving the goal of a sneak attack. Yes, but although it's powerful, it's extremely difficult to practice. After looking at it once, this old man can't understand it. Han Tianba said. Xiaopa, I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult for you to practice this martial skill, right? Yes, boss, with my aptitude, this martial skill, without someone to guide me, I don't think I'll be able to learn it in my lifetime. Han Xiaopa knew his own limits, so he didn't try to be arrogant. This martial skill 1,000 Transformations of the Woods and the firewood chopping skill. Make a copy of both and try to practice them. Lin Yi said. Whichever one can practice it, we'll practice it. Okay. Han Xiaopa nodded. We'll listen to boss. The 3 of them didn't hesitate. Each of them took a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone and began to make copies. The 4 secret manuals were quickly copied. After keeping the 2 that Lin Yi wanted, he took the other 2 and returned to Lin Yi's residence with Han Xiaopa. You should study this firewood chopping skill first. Since Elder Han has practiced it, he should have practiced it in front of the younger generation, right? Lin Yi asked. Yes, every year during the new year, Grandpa would show it to us to motivate us to practice harder. Han Xiaopa nodded. Okay, you try to practice it first. I'll study this 1,000 Transformations of the Woods. Lin Yi said. Yes, boss. Han Xiaopa didn't even think that he would be able to activate the martial arts technique on this one day. After all, after his grandfather entered the earth rank, it took him almost 2 years to activate the first style of the firewood cutting skill. After making arrangements for Han Xiaopa, Lin Yi picked up the mantra of the 1,000 Transformations of the Woods and studied it. After reading it a few times, Lin Yi understood the meaning of the words. Now it was time to see if he could use it. He walked out of the room and came to the courtyard. In the hidden Han Manor, the guest room also had its own courtyard. It was convenient for Lin Yi to use it. In his mind, he silently recited the mantra of the first move of the 1,000 Transformations of the Woods. Lin Yi began to use the first move according to the mantra, Ha. Lin Yi punched out, almost in one breath, without the slightest bit of hesitation or jerkiness. Boom! Lin Yi's fist smashed into the wall of the courtyard, and the wall collapsed. The power of the first move surprised Lin Yi. It was not inferior to the frenzy fist. Was it because he was familiar with it, or because this martial skill was originally a superior martial skill? Of course, what made Lin Yi even more excited was that his previous guess was confirmed. The martial skill he found in the cave was indeed the same as the art of dragon mastery. It was an all-purpose martial skill. In other words, as long as he cultivated the all-purpose martial skill, he could cultivate any other martial skill to the fullest. The wood attribute martial skill was as smooth as the fire attribute martial skill. It was as if he had used it thousands of times. The loud sound of the wall collapsing was naturally heard by Han Xiaope. He quickly ran out of the room and asked in surprise, "Boss, what happened?" "Nothing, the power of the 1,000 transformations of the woods is not small." Lin Yi said, "Originally, I thought this martial skill was only used to confuse people, but I didn't expect it to be so." "Oh." Han Xiaope's eyes widened in surprise. "Boss, you've already activated it." "Only the first move." Lin Yi said. "The first move. In such a short time, you can activate the first move. Boss, you're really a genius." Han Xiaope was full of admiration. What was a genius? Lin Yi was a genius. Chapter 2077. Genius. Lin Yi didn't deny it. He thought to himself, "You haven't seen the real genius. He lives right next to me. Yes, he's a genius." Han Xiaope nodded and said excitedly, "Boss, are you also a wood element cultivator?" Hee hee. Lin Yi smiled and didn't answer. Lin Yi didn't know what element he was cultivating because the first 2 levels of the art of dragon mastery didn't mention which element it belonged to. However, Jiao Yazi did mention that it was a universal technique. Could it be a universal element? "Boss, can I cultivate the 1,000 transformations of wood forest?" Han Xiaope asked expectantly. "It shouldn't be a big problem." Lin Yi said, "I'll study it a bit more." "Okay. Boss, study it." Han Xiaope said. Lin Yi nodded and began to recall the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th forms of the technique in his mind. He also simulated the moves and activation method of the technique in his mind. After familiarizing himself with it, Lin Yi tried again. 1,000 transformations of wood forest, 2nd form. Lin Yi punched out, but the fist seemed to split into 2. Lin Yi's target this time was another wall. Boom! Boom! This time, there were 2 loud noises from the wall. Another wall collapsed. This time, however, the power of the punch was much stronger than before. What surprised Lin Yi even more was that the 2nd form wasn't like what Han Tianba had said, where one punch was real and the other was fake to confuse the opponent. There were 2 punches, and both were real. The 2 loud noises were the evidence. The area of the collapsed wall was much wider than before. In other words, the 2 punches were real, but Lin Yi only punched out once. Thinking of this, Lin Yi excitedly began to ponder over the 3rd style. Han Xiaope, on the other hand, was staring at the collapsed wall not far from Lin Yi with a petrified expression. It wasn't that he felt sorry for the wall. If it were him, he would rather tear down the entire courtyard, as long as he could land 2 punches like Lin Yi. The 3rd style. Lin Yi once again successfully activated the 3rd style of the wood forest 1,000 transformations. Boom! 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 This time, there were 3 loud bangs, and the other wall of the courtyard was also turned into ruins. At this point, other than the front gate of the courtyard, the walls on the left, back, and right were all destroyed by Lin Yi. Furthermore, the destructive power of each attack was greater than the previous one. The loud bangs in the courtyard had already attracted the attention of the other people hidden in the Han family. However, these people knew that this was Lin Yi's residence, so they didn't dare to go forward and investigate. They only quickly notified Grandfather Han. With Grandfather Han's status, he could come over to see what was going on out of curiosity. However, when he approached the courtyard, Lin Yi just happened to activate the fourth style of the Wood Forest Thousand Transformations. Boom! 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 Four loud bangs sounded, but this time Lin Yi didn't hit his target, and all 4 punches hit air. Even so, it was still 4 loud bangs that tore through the air. As for the fifth style, Lin Yi didn't try to practice it. Lin Yi hadn't even practiced the fifth style of the Frenzied Fire Fist. Studying the Wood Forest Thousand Transformations didn't have much of a chance of success. Moreover, Lin Yi mainly wanted to study it on his own before teaching it to Han Xiaope. Han Tianba looked at Lin Yi, who was not far away, with a face full of shock. What kind of technique was this? With Han Tianba's eyesight, he could naturally see that this wasn't the firewood chopping skill. Since it wasn't, could it be the Wood Forest Thousand Transformations? However, in such a short period of time, how could Lin Yi learn the Wood Forest Thousand Transformations? Moreover, this was a wood-based martial art. Was Lin Yi a wood-based cultivator? With a stomach full of questions, Han Tianba didn't want to disturb Lin Yi. This was because he saw Lin Yi's body move again. The Wood Forest Thousand Transformations first style, second style, third style, fourth style. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! Boom 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 boom! His movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was only 4 punches, but they brought with them a power that could only be achieved by 10 punches. This martial art was not ordinary. Phew! Lin Yi took a deep breath. This martial art was not ordinary. Although it looked like 4 punches, the amount of stamina consumed was not an ordinary amount. After practicing it twice, Lin Yi's stamina was already showing signs of drying up. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely. He couldn't muster up any more strength. Of course, although activating martial skills also consumed physical strength, the consumption in this situation was different from the consumption of true energy in alchemy. This kind of consumption could be replenished through rest, unlike the pure energy consumption of alchemy. With Lin Yi's stamina, he was already exhausted after using the Wood Forest Thousand Transformations twice. If it were a normal person, they would probably only be able to use it once. But then again, for a peak early Earth class expert, it was already not bad to be able to use 2 styles. Without the third and fourth style, it wouldn't consume such a terrifying amount of stamina. Boss, how are you? Han Xiaope saw that Lin Yi's face was a little pale, so he quickly asked. It's nothing, just a little tired. Lin Yi waved his hand. This kind of stamina consumption could be replenished in the jade space for a while. That's good. Han Xiaope breathed a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that something would happen to Lin Yi. If something happened to Lin Yi, then what would happen to the Hidden House Summit tomorrow? I'll rest for a while. Lin Yi didn't say anything else. He sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, closed his eyes, and entered the jade space to recover his stamina. Han Tianba, who was watching from afar, saw that Lin Yi had sat down to rest, so he carefully walked over. Grandpa. Han Xiaope was originally sitting on the stone bench with Lin Yi. When he saw that Han Tianba had arrived, he quickly stood up to greet him. Xiaope, Mr. Lin. Han Tianba carefully looked at Lin Yi. Boss is tired, he's resting for a while. Han Xiaope said. That's good. Han Tianba nodded, feeling relieved. Just now, the martial art that Mr. Lin used, was it the Wood Forest Thousand Transformations? It should be. Boss has been studying that martial art all this time. Han Xiaope nodded. Chapter 2078. That's right. I just don't know if I can cultivate this technique with my aptitude. Han Xiaope said worriedly. Although Lin Yi was recovering his energy in the jade pendant space, he could still see everything that was happening outside. Lin Yi had completely mastered the forest with 1,000 transformations. Whether it was the technique or the way to activate it, he was already very familiar with it. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to give Han Xiaopa some pointers. However, Faubert had also said that the same technique would have different effects when used by different people. Moreover, the difference in aptitude and mental cultivation method would also result in differences. Therefore, even if it was a top-notch martial skill, if it was given to a person with poor aptitude to cultivate, it would not be able to produce too much power. It should not be a problem if you can cultivate it. However, to what extent you can cultivate it depends on your own luck. Lin Yi opened his eyes and said faintly, "I've understood this technique completely. I'll teach you the first two forms now, but whether or not you'll be able to activate them within a day, that's hard to say. I will definitely try my best." Han Xiaopa's eyes lit up. Good. First, familiarize yourself with the mental cultivation method of the first form. If there is anything you don't understand, ask me. I will explain it to you. If there are no questions, you can watch me use it. Lin Yi handed the copy of The Forest with 1,000 Transformations to Han Xiaopa. "Mr. Lin. Can this old man sit in and listen in?" Han Tianba asked after some hesitation. "Ha, of course you can. Please go ahead, Elder Han." Lin Yi didn't mind this at all. This technique belonged to the Hidden House Han in the first place, and Lin Yi had stolen it. It wouldn't be right if he didn't let them learn it. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Han Tianba was overjoyed. If he could learn the forest with 1,000 transformations, then his previous chopping skills would be rubbish. Lin Yi smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Han Tianba and Han Xiaopa looked at the incantation for the Forest of 1,000 Transformations. After memorizing the incantation for the first form, Han Xiaopa asked some questions. Lin Yi answered them one by one. Han Tianba had studied the incantation for the Forest of 1,000 Transformations before, but he hadn't been able to successfully activate it. "Well, since there are no more questions, I'll start activating the martial arts skill. Watch carefully," Lin Yi said, and then he began to circulate the mantra, activating the first move, Forest of Woods 1,000 Changes. Boom! Han Xiaopa and Han Tianba were shocked by the power of the punch. The wind brought about by the punch almost sent Han Xiaopa tumbling. "Strong, really too strong," Han Xiaopa said sincerely. Although he was a cultivator in the past and knew that cultivators were much stronger than ordinary people, in front of Lin Yi's martial arts skill, cultivators in the past were nothing. I see. Han Tianba's face showed a look of realization. Previously, he didn't have a master to guide him, so although he understood the incantation for the Forest of Woods 1,000 Transformations, he couldn't successfully activate it. It wasn't until he saw Lin Yi activate it that he understood some of the principles behind it. I'll slowly demonstrate the first move again. Watch carefully. Lin Yi knew that these two weren't geniuses. They wouldn't be able to learn anything after one demonstration, so he deliberately slowed down his movements and demonstrated the first move of the Forest of Woods 1,000 Transformations again. Although the power of the move was much weaker this time, after all, the momentum couldn't rush up. Even so, Han Xiaopa and Han Tianba admired it. Let me try. Han Xiaopa understood the technique that Lin Yi demonstrated and became a little impatient. Okay, ask me again if you don't understand it. Lin Yi nodded. After Han Xiaopa said that, he jumped into the field eagerly and began to activate the martial arts according to the incantation for the first move. Of course, although he understood the incantation and clearly saw how Lin Yi activated the martial arts, he couldn't do it himself. Han Xiaopa activated the martial arts for a long time but didn't succeed. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Boss, I'm really useless. It's been so long, and I haven't even used a single move. It's okay. Your routine is correct, but it lacks a sense of fluidity. Circulate the incantation more smoothly and try to do it in one go without any pauses in the middle. That should be enough. Lin Yi said. At least you didn't take a detour in the process of activating the martial arts. You just checked the proficiency level a little. Well, I'll practice again. Han Xiaope heard Lin Yi say this and immediately felt relieved. He was happy. Mr. Lin, this old man's hands are itching. I also want to practice activating the martial arts. Can Mr. Lin give me some pointers? Han Tianba asked. Of course, that's not a problem. Elder Han, please. Lin Yi also understood Han Tianba's feelings. He had studied the Forest of Wood's 1,000 transformations many times before, but he didn't succeed. Now that he had a master like Lin Yi, if he didn't seize the opportunity, he would be a fool. Okay, I hope Mr. Lin will not be stingy with your guidance. Don't laugh at me. Han Tianba nodded and began to circulate his inner force, preparing to practice activating the martial arts. In comparison, Han Tianba's movements were much more proficient than Han Xiaope's. In the past, Han Tianba must have studied this martial arts technique many times, but he couldn't understand it. Now that he had Lin Yi's guidance and demonstration, Han Tianba suddenly understood a lot of things that he didn't understand before. He compared it with the movements he had studied before in his heart. This time, he succeeded in activating the first form of the Forest of Wood's 1,000 transformations. It wasn't even as powerful as the first form of Han Tianba's firewood chopping art. However, Han Tianba was happy that he was able to do it on his first try. Lin Yi's attack wasn't as powerful as Han Tianba's first form, but Han Tianba was happy that he was able to do it on his first try. Although he wasn't familiar with it, at least he didn't embarrass himself too much. Otherwise, his grandson wouldn't be able to do it, and his grandfather wouldn't be able to do it. If Lin Yi became impatient and didn't want to teach him anymore, it would be too late to cry. At least he had successfully practiced activating the martial arts. Regardless of whether it was too rough or not, it was still better than not being able to activate it. Chapter 2079. As long as he could successfully activate it the first time, he would be able to get used to it in the future. Although he might not be able to reach the pinnacle, it would at least be much more powerful than it was now. You flatter me, Mr. Lin. This old man's martial arts are a joke to you. Although Han Tianba was very pleased with himself, he still remembered Lin Yi's talent. He had just received a martial art and he could already activate it, and he could even teach others. That was the difference between them. However, Han Tianba never thought that he could catch up to Lin Yi. How could they even compare? Lin Yi could instantly kill an Earth-class late-phase master. Even if he was at the peak of Earth-class late phase, he might not be able to instantly kill an Earth-class late-phase master. It's not a joke. Elder Han must have studied this martial art before. That's why you were able to activate it the first time. Xiaope hasn't studied it before, so he isn't very familiar with it. Lin Yi saw through it with one look. That's right. This old man has studied it many times. But without Mr. Lin's guidance, I'm afraid I would have to go through a lot of detours. I don't know how long it would take for me to successfully activate it. Han Tianba spoke honestly. But Elder Han, pay attention to this. This is the moment when you activate the martial art. Lin Yi said, pointing out some of the small flaws in Han Tianba's martial art. Han Tianba thought about it carefully and compared it. He immediately knew that Lin Yi was pointing out his flaws. If he could correct them, then he wouldn't be far from being able to activate the martial art. He immediately said gratefully, Mr. Lin, you really are the savior of our house. That's right, Grandpa. I'm afraid those hidden families that are plotting against our hidden house of Han still don't know yet. They're going to end up empty-handed. We already have boss as our trump card. Han Xiaope added. Yeah, think about their expressions tomorrow, hee. Han Tianba was looking forward to it. None of the hidden families would have thought that the hidden Han family would be able to invite outside help, and that outside help was Lin Yi. The day passed quickly, and under Lin Yi's guidance, Han Xiaopo was able to use the first form of the Forest of Wood's 1,000 transformations. It was just that the power was a lot weaker than Han Tianba's, but it didn't change the fact that he was able to use it. With Lin Yi's guidance, Han Tianba and Han Xiaopo's progress was lightning fast. They were still immersed in practicing martial arts until late at night. The first martial arts technique did not consume much stamina. The higher the level of a martial arts technique, the more stamina it consumed. This was especially true for martial arts techniques that were of a higher level. Therefore, although Han Tianba and Han Xiaopo were exhausted after practicing for a whole day, they did not feel exhausted like Lin Yi. Moreover, the power of the two's techniques was not that great, so it did not seem to consume much stamina. However, Lin Yi realized that the most stamina consumption was to cast the martial arts technique to its fullest potential. Ah! It's already 9:00 at night. We haven't eaten yet. Han Xiaopo put away his martial arts technique and sat on the stone bench to rest. He looked at the time and realized that it was already so late. He immediately apologized. "Boss, we were too engrossed and forgot about the time. Heh. We're all cultivators. It's not a big deal to skip a meal." Lin Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. "You still have to eat. I'll send someone to prepare a banquet." Han Tianba was also very embarrassed. "Let's eat dinner as soon as possible. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "I'm tired too. Let's rest early today. Let's just have some noodles. We can skip the banquet." "All right, then we'll listen to Mr. Lin." Han Tianba nodded and quickly walked out of the room. He personally went to inform the kitchen to prepare the noodles. After they were done, he personally brought them over and prepared to eat with Lin Yi. Although it was only 3 bowls of egg noodles and a few delicate side dishes, it was still cooked very well. The hidden Han family's chef must be someone amazing. After eating a bowl of noodles, Lin Yi went to rest. Tomorrow was the Hidden House Summit. Lin Yi planned to rest well and strive to win tomorrow's competition. After all, the Hidden House's wager would definitely be something good. It would be a waste not to take something like this. Naturally, it would be good if he could get more of it. "Mr. Lin, the courtyard of this guest house has been destroyed. Do you want to change to another room when you rest tonight?" Han Tianba asked carefully. "There's no need to change. It doesn't matter." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "I'm the one who destroyed the walls of this courtyard. I'm really sorry." "Ha, Mr. Lin, you're too courteous. For the sake of our Hidden House Han's martial arts, I'm willing to tear down the house, let alone the courtyard." Han Tianba smiled. "These are all worldly possessions. We'll just let the disciples rebuild it later. The most important thing is to master the martial arts. That's the most important thing." The night passed without a word. The next day was the day of the Hidden House Summit. Han Xiaopo was waiting in front of Lin Yi's room early in the morning. Han Xiaopo was an earth class, so he didn't need much sleep. A few hours was enough for him to fully recover. He waited in front of Lin Yi's room because he was afraid that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to find him when he woke up. Lin Yi had been training in the Jade Space the whole time. Although training here wasn't as fast as training with Xinyan, Lin Yi didn't waste a second. He used all the time he had to train. "Xiaopo, come in and have a seat. When are we leaving?" Lin Yi felt Han Xiaopo's presence and said. "Ah, boss, you're awake." Han Xiaopo heard Lin Yi's voice and walked in. "I'm training," Lin Yi said faintly. "It seems like boss's success wasn't a coincidence. You've been training so early in the morning." Han Xiaopo said with admiration, "We'll leave around 7 and go straight to Donghai's Hidden House Xiao. This time, the host house is Donghai's Hidden House Xiao." "Okay, just call me when you see me," Lin Yi said with his eyes closed. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 in the morning. Han Tianba had also arrived. Lin Yi felt Han Tianba's presence and returned to reality from his training state. He stood up and said, "Xiaopa, your grandfather is here. Let's go." "Ah. My grandfather is already here." Han Xiaopa was surprised. He didn't feel his grandfather's presence, but Lin Yi could feel his grandfather's presence. How miraculous! Chapter 2080. Lin Yi nodded and walked out with a smile. "Elder Han, are we leaving now?" "Mr. Lin, you've noticed me." Han Tianba was surprised. He was afraid of disturbing Lin Yi, so he had been walking very carefully. He was an Earth-class mid-phase master, and even though he had just broken through, he was still an Earth-class mid-phase master. How could Lin Yi still sense him? I have too many enemies. I've developed a habit of being on guard." Lin Yi laughed. Han Tianba nodded. He had a question in his mind, but he didn't ask it. He had wanted to ask it since yesterday, and now that Lin Yi had sensed his presence, he wanted to ask even more. "Elder Han, do you have something you want to ask me?" Lin Yi saw the confusion on Elder Han's face. "This. Mr. Lin, if I may be so bold as to ask, how strong are you?" Han Tianba asked carefully. "Strength? Can't you tell?" Lin Yi asked with a smile. "I'm blind." "Mr. Lin, are you an Earth-class early phase master?" Han Tianba asked. He had seen Lin Yi's martial arts yesterday, and he could feel that Lin Yi was an Earth-class early phase master. But could Lin Yi really be an Earth-class early phase master? You can tell. Why ask? Lin Yi laughed. "But I heard that Mr. Lin can kill 3 Earth-class masters in one move, and one of them was a late phase master?" Han Tianba asked doubtfully. "With a trump card, of course I can fight someone stronger than me." Lin Yi didn't explain in detail. "I see." Han Tianba nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. With the addition of Lin Yi to the hidden Han family, there was no need for other disciples to make a move. Only Han Tianba, Han Xiaopa, and Lin Yi quietly rode the Mercedes-Benz S600 to the hidden Zhao family. Lin Yi had never been to the East Ocean where the hidden Zhao family was located. It was the complete opposite of the hidden Han family. One was in the south while the other was in the north. The hidden Zhao family's location was much better than the hidden Han family's location. It was located by the sea and had beautiful scenery. Obviously, this was the benefit of being an old hidden family. Even with the wealth of the hidden Han family, it was hard to buy a large piece of land by the sea and build a manor. After all, the land had been developed, and there were amusement parks, baths, villas, companies, and resorts. Therefore, the hidden Han family could only build their manor in the suburbs of East Ocean City. Is this the hidden Zhao family? It's really grand. Lin Yi looked at the scenery around the Zhao family's manor and said in admiration. "Yes, it's here." Han Tianba wasn't envious. "My hidden Han family rose up quite late. It's already good enough that we can maintain our status. The scenery around the manor is nothing." The car arrived at the entrance of the hidden Zhao family's manor. However, it was stopped. A disciple of the hidden Zhao family stood in front of the car and said, "This is private property. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Please leave immediately." Normally, the hidden families who came to attend the summit would not drive only one car. At the very least, there would be 2 or 3 cars. However, the hidden Han family only had one Mercedes-Benz, and it had an East Ocean City license plate. Naturally, the disciple guarding the door thought that it was the wrong passenger. "We are here to attend the hidden family summit. This is our invitation." Han Xiaopa sat in the driver's seat and took out a red invitation and handed it over. "Oh. Please wait a moment." When the disciple saw the invitation, his attitude became much more respectful. However, after taking the invitation and opening it, the expression on his face became a little strange. All right. Han Xiaopa nodded and didn't think much of it. However, the disciple handed the invitation to another person beside him. The person took the invitation and glanced at it, then quickly ran inside the manor. In the Hidden Zhao family's meeting room, there were already many hidden house masters sitting there. Hidden Zhao family was the organizer of this summit, so naturally, Old Zhao sat at the head of the table. With Old Zhao's identity as a sky-class master, only the masters of House Yu, House Tang, and a few other houses could compare to him. The other hidden house masters were only Earth-class late-phase peak. None of them had broken through to sky-class yet. So it wasn't too much for Old Zhao to sit at the head of the table. Master, people from the hidden house Han are here. This disciple was the one in charge of delivering the invitation. Oh. People from the hidden house Han are here. Old Zhao paused. They're quite early. How many of them are here? Just one Mercedes-Benz. At most, there can't be more than 5 people. The disciple said truthfully. Just one car. Old Master Zhao was instantly stunned. He looked at the various family heads present in confusion. This hidden Han family can't be thinking of giving up, right? Why did he only bring 5 people? If one of them is Han Tianba, then there are only 4 spots left. Are they planning on giving up? Elder Zhao, the strongest disciple from the hidden house Han is only golden class mid-phase. Aren't you looking for trouble by letting them sign up? The one who spoke was Old Tang of the hidden house Tang. From what I see, they're just going through the motions and giving up. That's right. Old Master Zhuang of the hidden Zhuang clan also laughed and said, apart from Old Han, the rest of the disciples are probably here to gain some experience. When the time comes, they might give up on the arena. That'll scare them to death. Elder Zhuang, your hidden house Zhuang has 2 brothers, Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang. The winner of this duel is yours. The one who spoke was Old Yu of the hidden house Yu. Aren't we all the same? Would each team be able to win a single match? But Elder Yu and Elder Tang, you 2 won all 3 rounds. Old Zhuang said enviously. Don't forget that we paid a price as well. How did your 2 disciples level up? Didn't he take our pills? Old Man Tang said. Alright, let's not think about this. Let's just not talk about it. Old Ancestor Yu said faintly. For House Yu, it wasn't that they had to scheme for House Han's belongings. They just wanted to hide House Yu's position in the hidden houses. They were like the boss of the hidden houses. Chapter 2081. That's true, but letting Han Tianba bring his men in now would be giving him too much face. Let's leave them out for a while and let them wait. Old Zhao said, we need to let him know that he's just a lackey in front of us. That's right, let's take them down a notch and make them cower before the fight even starts. Old Pai said. Go tell Qibing, let him come out and wait in the dark. When the hidden house Han is getting impatient, then let them in. Old Zhao said to the messenger. Now, Old Zhao wanted to train Qibing, so he liked to let Qibing do things. At the end of the day, it was all because of the qi-gathering pill Qibing had given him. Yes. That person accepted the order and left. Qibing was in the middle of studying the racetrack, and when he received the order, he happily followed the messenger to the entrance of the manor to act cool. One had to know that acting cool was Qibing's specialty and favorite. He'd been hiding in House Zhao recently, so he didn't have the chance to act cool anymore. He had to maintain a gentle and humble attitude towards his family, and this was also for Old Zhao and Elder Bai to see. After all, if he acted arrogantly in House Zhao, he'd easily fall out of favor. Qibing followed the messenger to the guard room at the entrance of the manor. He didn't go out right away, but sat there, playing games on his phone. The messenger, on the other hand, walked out with a cold face. Han Xiaopa waited here for almost 20 minutes, and when the messenger finally came back, he quickly asked, "Can we go in now?" "I'm sorry, your identities have to be verified. We suspect that your invitation was stolen or picked up from somewhere else, so we have to verify your identities," the messenger said coldly. This was what Qibing had taught him. What? Verified? We're members of the hidden Han family, so what's there to verify? When Han Xiaopa heard the message, he immediately became a little anxious. "Xiaopa, don't be rash." Han Tianba, on the other hand, seemed to have figured something out. He sat in the passenger seat and scolded Han Xiaopa. Then, he said to the voice transmission, "I am the leader of the hidden Han family, Han Tianba. May I ask how we can prove our identities?" Han Tianba. Your hidden Han family only sent a few people in a car. Is that even possible? The messenger laughed coldly and said, "The other hidden houses all have 4 or 5 cars, at least 3. Are you here to compete? We don't necessarily need a lot of people to participate in the competition. Please find someone who can prove our identity." Han Tianba did not want to waste any more words with this small fry. This watchdog must have been instructed by the hidden Zhao family to deliberately make things difficult for them. Of course, but the people who can prove it are very busy. You should wait for a while, the messenger said indifferently. Han Xiaopa didn't expect a guard to be so arrogant. He was fuming with anger, but before he could say anything, the messenger had already ignored them. He stood to the side and continued to close the door, treating them like air. Sigh, weak strength and low status. Han Tianba sighed and said, "Xiaopa, don't be angry. They are deliberately looking for trouble. What can we do? Bear with it for now. When the time comes for those matches, Mr. Lin will help us get back at them." What a snob. This was Lin Yi's first impression of the hidden house Zhao. Lin Yi rolled down the window and said impatiently to the messenger, "I'll count to 10. Get someone who can prove it, or we're going back. We're not participating in the hidden house summit." 10, 9, 8, 7, Lin Yi didn't care what the messenger said and started counting down. The messenger didn't expect the hidden house Han to be so stubborn. They were leaving when he didn't count to 10. How could he take responsibility for this? The hidden house summit was a trap for House Han. If House Han left, who else could they trap? So, the messenger hurriedly turned to look at the guardhouse. Although Zhao Qibing was in the guard room, he was still paying attention to what was going on here. There was a voice transmitter in the guard room, so he could hear everything clearly. Zhao Qibing wanted to leave them alone for a while and then go out to scold them. He didn't expect them to leave just like that. Seeing that Lin Yi had counted to 1, he turned to Han Xiaopa, "Xiaopa, start the car, we're going home." Wait. Zhao Qibing couldn't take it anymore and ran out, "Don't you dare. This is the hidden house summit, and if the invited hidden houses don't show up, it means that they've given up their hidden house status and are demoted to a normal house. They won't be protected by the elders of the Hidden House Association anymore." "Oh, normal house it is then. They don't need your protection, I'll let them join the association I've formed." Lin Yi opened the door and got off the car. He looked at Zhao Qibing coldly and said faintly, "Zhao Qibing, is your leg itchy again? Do you want to break it?" Wah! Zhao Qibing was about to explode when he heard the arrogance of House Han. The voice was familiar, but he didn't think much about it until Lin Yi got out of the car. He looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, not understanding why Lin Yi was here all of a sudden. But, not knowing didn't stop him from being afraid of Lin Yi. Zhao Guang was an Earth-class late phase, and even he was killed by Lin Yi. How could he, Zhao Qibing, be a match for Lin Yi? Lin Yi. Lin Yi, why are you here? Zhao Qibing stuttered, changing his arrogant tone. It doesn't matter why I'm here, but your leg's about to break. Lin Yi smiled coldly and walked towards Xiao Qibing. Since this guy was able to participate in the race, he had to have some skills. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of him, but he was afraid that he'd play dirty. If he broke his leg now, he wouldn't be able to do anything. No matter how strong House Xiao was, they wouldn't be able to make Xiao Qibing recover in such a short amount of time. After all, the first race of the day was racing. Chapter 2082. Is that so? I think you guys didn't pay enough when we burned down the orphanage. Lin Yi smiled mockingly and walked towards Qibing. Stop. A cold, arrogant voice rang out as a figure stood in front of Qibing, blocking his path. Save me. Qibing breathed out in relief when he saw who it was. Lin Yi, is it? I don't know why you're here, but I'm warning you, don't do anything stupid. Elder Bai said coldly, I know you're strong, and no one under Sky Class is your match, but there are quite a few Sky Class masters in this villa. Elder Bai. Lin Yi looked at the old man in front of him, the name matched. That's me. Elder Bai said faintly, the ancient world didn't allow the Sky Class masters of the hidden houses to go out and cause trouble, but if you were to cause trouble here at House Xiao, especially disrupting our annual Hidden House Summit, then don't blame us for being ruthless. I'm sure the ancient world wouldn't let this slide. Elder Bai was right, the ancient level restricted the Sky Class of the hidden houses, but if Lin Yi came to cause trouble for the Hidden House Xiao and broke the Hidden House Summit, then even if the ancient level wanted to investigate, they'd have an excuse. Of course, Elder Bai was just trying to scare Lin Yi. Lin Yi was very strange, and his strength was unpredictable. Who knew if he had any trump cards up his sleeves? The main goal now was to ensure that the Hidden House Summit went smoothly. Everything else was secondary, and it would be best if there were no conflicts. Oh, I'm not here to mess around. I'm here representing the Hidden House Han to attend the Hidden House Summit. You guys didn't welcome us and rejected us. If that's the case, why don't we just leave? Lin Yi said calmly. Since Elder Bai was here and pointed out that there was a Sky Class here, then Lin Yi really couldn't kill Qibing. If they used this as an excuse to gang up on him, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to handle it. You're here to represent the Hidden House Han. Elder Bai was surprised after hearing Lin Yi's words. That's right, does the Hidden House Summit have a rule that only members of the Hidden House can participate? Lin Yi asked coldly. That's... No. Elder Bai shook his head. The Hidden House Summit had this rule for many years. Naturally, there wasn't a rule that didn't allow people outside the family to participate. After all, a hidden house wasn't like a noble house, where all the core members were from the family. Many of them didn't have the same surname, but those who were talented would be given the surname of the family, like Guang Er and Zhao Qijiu. So, if it were strictly, these people wouldn't be part of the Hidden House Xiao, and the Hidden House Summit would allow them to participate as well. But Elder Bai didn't think that a weak house like the Hidden House Han would be able to invite Lin Yi. Just what was their relationship with Lin Yi? Elder Bai's eyes narrowed as he calculated the pros and cons. This Lin Yi was strong, but his participation wouldn't affect the competition much. After all, most of the competitions were fixed events, and even if the Hidden House Han had Lin Yi, they wouldn't be able to turn the tide. Like racing, for example. The Hidden House Xiao would win for sure, and even if Lin Yi was the god of racing, it wouldn't matter because the Hidden House Xiao had a trump card. If you don't, then why are you talking so much? If you welcome us, then open the door. If you don't, then we'll leave. Lin Yi said coldly. Lin Yi, you're just doing your job as a gatekeeper. Don't worry about these small details. Since I've confirmed it, then you can come in. Elder Bai waved his hand, and the gatekeeper opened the door. Lin Yi didn't say anything and got in the Mercedes. He was here to participate in the competition, not to cause trouble. The Mercedes slowly drove into the villa. Naturally, there were people from House Xiao in charge of their accommodations. Elder Bai, on the other hand, flew back to the meeting room to report. No matter what, Lin Yi's arrival was a change, he had to inform everyone beforehand. Elder Bai, how was it? Did the hidden house of Han lose? Elder Zhao laughed when he saw Elder Bai come back. Head of the house. Elder Bai smiled bitterly and told him everything that had happened outside. What? You're saying that Lin Yi is representing the hidden house Han to participate in the competition? Elder Zhao was shocked. The other hidden house leaders and sect leaders all frowned when they heard Lin Yi's name. Lin Yi's name was known to everyone in the room. This troublemaker gave everyone a headache. Yes, that's what Lin Yi said. Elder Bai said, but the hidden house only sent 3 people. One is Lin Yi, one is Han Tianba, and the last is a 3rd-generation disciple. I don't know his name yet. Only 3. What's going on? Elder Zhao frowned. That Lin Yi's participating in all the matches alone. That's not necessarily true. Elder Zhao, aren't you overestimating that Lin Yi? It was Elder Tang who spoke. He said faintly, Lin Yi has some aces up his sleeves, but he won't be able to do much in this competition, right? That's true. After hearing Grandfather Tang's words, Grandfather Zhao nodded his head. Every match has been set up beforehand. We will be using each family's strengths. For example, how to dodge hidden weapons. Even if our families were to compete with the Tang family's younger generation, we would not be a match for them. That's right. For example, this duel, no matter how strong that Lin Yi is, he won't be able to fight against the 2 Zhuang brothers. Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo work well together, and they've fought together many times. Even if the hidden Tang family sent their elites, they wouldn't be able to win. Elder Tang smiled. However, the hidden old Yu's face was a little gloomy. The others were not afraid, but he was a little worried. You are not afraid, but I'm afraid our hidden Yu's alchemy competition will lose. That Lin Yi is an alchemist,